Hello, everyone. Hello in the room. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Oh, I think we need some coffee later after this session. So, good morning, Athanas here from the Internet Society alumni. I'm going to be your moderator for this session, and we have a good panel of expert youth who are going to be talking about some of the initiatives and what the ISOC Youth Ambassador Program is about. So I'm going to we're going to have an engaging session. So please don't be shy to ask questions. Don't be shy to engage the panelists and all. So sorry, I'm not joining them up, but at some point I'll be moving around the room. So to start, I'm going to let my panelists present themselves and who they are and what their initiative is focusing on. Just quickly, the topic for the ISOC Youth Ambassador Program. Thank you. So we start by Juliet.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed fellows. Good morning. Yeah, I'm Juliet Rogers. I'm a proud Sierra Leonean, a storyteller for change, and an internet society youth ambassador 2024. I'm here today, not just as an individual, but as a representative of a generation that is ready to shape the digital future, a generation that refuses to be passive, to be passive consumers of technology, but aspires to be proactive architect of the internet governance. I, for one, believe that the internet is not just a tool, it is a great equalizer of our time, a space where ideas flourish, voices are amplified, and opportunities transcend borders. And yet, we look around. When we look around, we know that this digital marvel is not without its challenges. Issues of accessibility, security, misinformation, and governance loom large. And in these challenges lies a call to action, a call that youth can lead the charge in building the future where the internet remains open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. Over the past months of this program, I think 11 months to date, we have been engaged in trainings. The theme for this session is youth taking over. But I believe if we as young people, as youth should take over, we need to be trained. That is why through this program, we are trained on models like digital diplomacy, project management, advocacy, because there are internet issues out there. But we need voices, and our voices don't need to be disorganized. They need to be organized. So models like advocacy, like leadership and entrepreneurship, because as I said, the internet is an opportunity that transcends borders. So
Oh yes, Juliet. Thank you so much.
okay.
I'm going to give you the floor to continue.
Okay,
Don't
thank
worry.
you.
So
Yeah.
let us give the chance for other panelists to present themselves and what are their focus, just in 1 or 3 lines. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible at the back. Thank you so much for choosing to join our session. My name is Tabitha Wangeshi. I'm an ISO Youth Ambassador. I'm also a digital security trainer and a researcher from Nairobi, Kenya. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this session. I hope my microphone is working.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm Akade Susan from Nigeria. I am an Internet Youth Ambassador for the 2024 cohort, and I'm also an intellectual property and technology lawyer from Nigeria.
And with that, I'll introduce myself. First of all, likewise, thank you for joining the session. There are so many interesting sessions happening at the same time, so it's really an honor that people decide to choose this one. My name is Gustavo Fonseca Ribeiro. I am originally from Brazil. I'm also an Internet Society Youth Ambassador for the cohort of 2024. A little bit of my background, I'm also a lawyer like Susan, with some expertise in digital technologies and emerging technologies. And nowadays I work with at UNESCO with digital transformation and artificial intelligence policy. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you also. Very interesting to hear about intellectual properties, expert, and the youth broadly ready to take over, right? You ready? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So before we continue and give the opportunity to our panelists to present their ideas, they have been talking about the internet society, all around the internet society. I don't know if everybody knows about the internet society here. So I'm going to introduce you a bit what the internet society is about, and we have a colleague from the internet society here who will talk about some programs that the internet society is putting in place to together shape the digital future. So the internet society is a global organization that deal with internet broadly. So it's a force for change whereby organizations and individual members come together to work for a open, trustworthy, secure, and resilient internet ecosystem. So with the internet society, we have some groups, special interest groups. We have chapters all around 130 chapters all over the world in all the continents, whereby we'll localize the vision of the global internet society to our particular regions and our particular challenges. We also have basically a lot of programs that deal whether with technology infrastructure, with policy, with advocacy. So it's quite a good ecosystem. And I'm inviting you all, for those who are not member of the Internet Society, to please join. I'm an alumni of the Internet Society. So I've been part of the Youth Ambassadors 2023. And now I've joined the board of the Internet Society chapter of the DRC. So part of the ecosystem. And if you want to learn more, there will be a lot of people from the staff from the Internet Society or from the community around. So please don't hesitate to ask questions. We are very happy to guide you through. And with this, I'm going to give the floor to our colleague Innocent from the Internet Society Foundation, who is going to talk about some of the programs the Internet Society is putting in place to reinforce and empower this ecosystem. Thank you. Innocent, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Atanasi. My name is Innocent Adrico, and I am a program coordinator at the Internet Society Foundation Program Office. Atanasi here has talked about the Internet Society, and the Internet Society Foundation is ideally same as the Internet Society. We are a supporting organization, and our work is around supporting the positive difference that, of course, we all know that the internet has on people's lives. So how we do this, specific to this session, I'll talk about empowerment. Yeah, we have an empowerment arm The young people you see on the panel there are just examples of the young people we're trying to empower through our Internet Society Youth Ambassadors Program. This is a program that gives them the opportunity to learn, engage, and of course, at the end of the day, build their skills and prepare them for the future. They're the leaders that we're looking to have on the internet ecosystem. Of course, besides the Youth Ambassadors Program, young people can also engage in the Early Career Fellowship, which is also a program that we've seen some young people benefit from. We have the technical programs like the African Peering and Infrastructure Fellowship, which sees young people who want to engage into issues to do with interconnection and peering ecosystem on the continent. Yeah, so of course, besides that, we also have learning courses that we do run under the empowerment programs. And these are free courses that help young people like us to be able to learn ideas and skills. Some of these can be self-paced, some of these can be having moderated sessions. So there are all opportunities, of course, for young people to be able to engage. But also, before I conclude, I'd love to talk about the other way we are empowering people and supporting the positive difference that the internet has on people's lives. So we have a philanthropy arm at the Internet Society Foundation, which team I work under. So our work there is to run grant programs that, of course, support organizations that have their missions aligned with ours at the Internet Society to, of course, build, to make the internet bigger, to make it healthier, to make it more sustainable, to make it more resilient. So, of course, these are all opportunities, these are all programs that we have to see that the internet is what it is. It's trustworthy, it's secure, and of course, everyone can be able to access it wherever they are. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Innocent. So you've heard about the Internet Society, and it has open gates. So please kindly join if you are not a member of the Internet Society. And anytime around the corridor, if you want to talk about the Internet Society, please don't hesitate. So now I'm going to give the floor to my panelists. I will start with Gustavo. You have been part of this program for quite a journey. What have you learned, and what do you think are the opportunities that are in front, and how you can use the skills you've learned throughout this program to shape your career, professional or your life career? Please.
Hey, thank you for the question. It's a big question, so it's a bit intimidating to go first, but I can try my best. I think there are two things that I would highlight that were the most positive outcomes of the program. I think the first of all is just the people you meet. I think the whole cohort, one thing that we can agree, everybody we've met, is it working? Oh. The whole cohort, you meet a group of quite talented and passionate people. You start meeting the people who are the future of the leadership on internet policy and internet development. And after a little while, start bumping into each other in meeting rooms and conversations where decisions are made. And it's, being able to share this with them has been amazing. And I think it will be also, it functions as a catalyzer for your future opportunities as well. The second thing I would say is I would call it's a safe space to try your ideas. I think one thing that young people have to offer is very new, idealistic, disruptive ideas that look great on a paper, and when you try to pull it off, you see there's so many obstacles. It's hard to operationalize things. It's hard to get people together to do things. But that is one of the beauties of the program. You think of the things you're passionate, you try to talk to other people, very talented people, as I said, to put it into practice, and then you see the things that actually go wrong. And having that space for things to go wrong is actually very good. I think more young people should have that space, not only in special programs, but in their careers, in anything in life. It's only by getting this exposure to trying new things that you're actually going to learn how to do it in the future. So I think in these two ways, the people you meet and the space that you have to try for new things, to learn the skills, to operationalize your ideas, were the main takeaways of the program for me, and would definitely be helpful for my career going forward.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So the next one, I'm going to Wangeshi. So please tell us what has been your work around the ecosystem of the youth, and how this program so far is empowering your engagement and is contributing to your career, please.
Thank you, Atanas. I must admit you caught me unaware. For my journey, it has been a very enlightening journey, very different from everyone else's journey. I believe that everyone has an equal chance and opportunity to try and be part of the Youth Ambassador program. And I got it at the second chance, and I'm so lucky because there are thousands of young people who want to be part of this program, but they were not able to. So the first thing I would like to say that I benefited from this program is quality education and mentorship. I find that while being an ambassador, I would go through so many sessions. Tori would send me countless emails to do my assignments, which was, very good for me as a busy professional, and also trying to balance that with work. I think I found it to be very educative, and I found avenues for collaboration and opportunities to seek out mentorship from the very well-experienced leaders in internet governance that we had connection to during the session. And then the other thing I would like to say is I really enjoyed the community of young people that were brought together in the Internet Society program. Gustavo, Juliet, we've worked with them not only in the Internet Society program, but also in other sessions within the IGF ecosystem. We've also met in ICANN and other global events. We actually have a global session with them during the global IGF. So I think that's a very important step towards building a stronger future with internet leaders by forging these collaborations. I would like to say that not only did I learn, not only did I connect with important people, but I have grown as a person. I have built my communication skills. I have built my advocacy skills. I've learned the art of diplomacy in internet governance, which I think I would not be able to do if I wasn't exposed to this program. So many thanks to the team that was behind curating this program. What I would like to say to the young people in the room who are listening and also want to be part of the program is identify your passion. What is it that puts the fire within you? And what are the problems in your community? What challenges do you see? Or rather, what opportunities do you see? And try and merge these two. I would say passion and the need in your community. And once you do that, you'll find that everything else flows freely. The people will come, the networks will come, education is out there. There are so many resources to learn. So put that in mind. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Wangeshi. So next one, please, Susan, tell us how have been your journey in the ecosystem, and what have you learned and benefited so far, please?
All right, thank you very much. So it's been a transformative journey for me in the ISOC ambassador program. Coming from a background of a lawyer, who focuses on intellectual property. I wanted to go further to understand policy because the background I have, there's a lot of issues with technology policy generally in Nigeria. You get to policies come up every day, and then most of the time it looks like the people coming up with the policy are not actually looking into the nitty-gritty of how technology and the internet works before bringing up policies. And so instead of policy to actually encourage technology to grow and the internet to thrive, it's more like it's counterproductive. So that was one reason I started with the Nigeria School of Internet Governance. And from there, I learned about the Internet Society and I was able to get into the ISOC program. It's been a transformative journey from the modules that everyone has talked about here, the advocacy, leadership program, and then the fact that you get to work practically with a team of young people from across the world. You get to get perspective from them, get to understand the nuances from different jurisdictions, and also get to know how people are addressing issues in various jurisdictions, because it gives you more understanding of what to do and what are the things that you can actually take back home and use to influence policy as you go on in your career. So that's another part of the program for me. I also believe that the initiative part of the program, where you have to come up with something that you would work on and that could actually scale within and outside of the program. That was another challenging but a very good learning part for me, because I got to work with other people from various jurisdictions, got to come up with initiative and had to go through what are the steps to actually ensure that this becomes something that can change the world and make the world better. I would also say that the mentorship program also give access to people that have been there before, who were able to give, leadership, mentorship, and guidance on how to shape my ideas and, work with the team to contribute better to the internet. So I believe that in the future, this program has put me on a starting point and has equipped me with great capacity to do much better as I look into actually going more into the policy space. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Wonderful. And there we are, Juliet. What has been your journey, and how can other youth get involved, please?
Yeah. To start with, my journey with this program has been profound. One thing I have come to realize, hearing from my colleague panelists, is that we all coming from different backgrounds, but yet there is a common goal, that is to amplify our career path. And as a researcher, I have published several research on international journals, mostly on climate issues and waste management, because I have a background in public health and sustainability. Yeah, the internet has been really centered to my work, and as well as I'm a storyteller. So firstly, I saw the program and the component of it, the modules, and that intrigued me to apply. I applied for the program. So far, so good. It has been amazing, because we've been trained on models like policy brief. Okay, that's really profound, because what is public health without policy? And I believe policy is at the center of development. Models like yes, advocacy. And one of the things I really enjoyed about the program is because if you ask youths from different parts, African youths, we know our problems. But one of the things that we don't know how to do best is how to engage. But through this program, every session we had, we engage with each other. And that was really great and profound. Yeah. So it has done me much good, and what more than what I bargained for, in fact. The package has been amazing. And what's the next question? Is yeah.
How can other youth get involved?
Yes. I believe first of all, just as Tabitha said, you first of all have to realize, what do you want for yourself? Is it that you just want to be a consumer of the internet, or you want to be an architect? Yeah, can what can you say, okay, you did so that the internet can continue to thrive? Because the internet is existing because there are critical properties to that, but we have enablers that ensures that the internet continue to thrive. And how can you get in? And yeah, it has to start with a decision with self, and you apply. The process is rough, it's really tedious, it's competitive, but if you show up fully, and I believe you can be lucky, and the experience you will live to tell. Yeah. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. And so I have a good question for all of you. We are the next leaders in the internet ecosystem, and the youth is going to take over, right? We're going to take over. You should. So, how are we going to take over? How are we going to take over, and where are we anticipating to go? So, let me start in the middle. Wangeshi, please.
Okay, that's a very good question. I think for us to take over, we need to properly understand the internet, and that's why I'm grateful for the program, because I started learning what is the internet from the beginning. So you have to have knowledge for you to rule, for you to even say you want to take over. You have to understand how the system works. You have to understand the policy frameworks that govern the internet. You have to understand, the systems. How do these, organizations work together? How does the UN processes affect the internet, for example, in my community? You have to understand, what is the cost of internet in my community? What is the cost of internet in the US? Why is there such a difference? What can I do to make a difference? So you have to really understand the internet itself, the systems, the processes, the policies, for you to say you want to take over. So maybe I can ask a question in this room. How many people are familiar with the Global Digital Compact? By a show of hand, how many people have read it? Don't lie. Okay, so for example, if you're here and you want to be an internet leader and you have not read the Global Digital Compact, you don't know what it's going to take to make the internet safe, inclusive, and adaptable to everyone. So we need to understand the fundamentals that guide, protect, and promote the internet as a public good. And aside from that, I would like to say, for us to take over, we need to come together. I'm so happy to see Gustavo, Juliet, Sierra Leone, Susan, Nigeria. I'm from Kenya. It's so amazing to bring this group of young people from different parts of the world together in one room with one agenda, the internet. So we need to build collaborations. We need to start now, start early, build the right solutions, not just building products or technology, not just coming up, with different tools for the internet, solving real problems that our community faces. For example, I come from Kenya. Those of you who are familiar with the political landscape, there's been a lot of protests in my country. And then there's also a lot of technology facilitated gender based violence. There's also a huge disparity in internet access, which I call the digital divide. So if you look at these three major issues that affect my country, my work covers all these three areas. I may not be able to do everything, but at least I have people, sorry. I have people that I can talk to, build collaborations with, to, for example, solve technology facilitated gender-based violence. I have people I can talk to bridge the digital divide in my country. I have people I can talk to have access to tools for digital advocacy to fight bad governance in my country. So looking at these three issues, looking at the technology that is available, looking at the policies that are available and familiarizing myself with them, then I'm able to solve these problems in my country. And I cannot do it alone. I have people from other countries that I can call, that I can talk to, because I have intentionally spent my time building these networks with different people. So for us to take over, we need, number one, to understand our issues. What are the problems that our communities are facing? Number two, what are the policies that govern the internet? Do I understand these policies? Can I make a difference in these policies? How are they affecting my community? And then the last one, who can I talk to? Who can I build collaboration with to tackle some of these problems? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wangeshi. So there we go, Gustavo. What's your take on that?
Thank you, Tabitha, for that. So I think for youth to get involved, I really like that you emphasize community. I think community is a key word in every debate, in this one very much. I think we often go to these events and you hear people saying, oh, let's change the world. Let's use technology to change the world, do these unimaginable things, right? But realistically, and also, I think it's more fair to start with your community. There are many things we can do with the internet. We don't need to reinvent the wheel every time we're trying to do something. So find a problem in your local community. Find a group that you can discuss internet policy and start from there. But it doesn't need to stay constrained to the internet ecosystem. You can also use the internet or digital technology to improve other things, right? Like Juliet said, you published your work on environmental sustainability through the internet. It's a tool for other things. One of the things that I did, for example, when I was younger, and I think it was one of the projects that showed me that the internet ecosystem is not only about policy and big tech and big things, is I was part of this nonprofit organization called Projeto Ruas in my hometown, which is Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And they built this online map that would show social services that people could point to people in a situation of social vulnerability. That is very simple. You can do it with Google, and you're bringing information to everyone on how to help people around your city. So that is a simple thing that you can do. For me, the main reason to get involved with your community is because you're going to find a lot of problems, and those problems are also opportunities for you to get exposed to new things. Young people have great ideas. They don't necessarily have the skills to see it through. And you only get the skills and the knowledge by trying. trying and trying and trying. Like the more exposure you get to new things, the more you're gonna learn. I think this is one first step for youth to take over. On the other hand, we also have to be realistic about how things stand nowadays. Usually the leaderships that define policy, not only in internet, but in other areas, are not youth. Think of the president in your own country. Think of the ministers, unless you have a youth minister. I hope that person is young. So these organizations, whether it's the United Nations, in the United Nations, like the Global Digital Compact, whether it's a national government, whether it's a big tech company or startups, and or even in academia, it's important for current leaders who are older, who are from another generation, to understand and value and take new ideas from youth, not with a critical lenses, yes, in the sense of giving feedback, but not with the view of taking it down, but building up on it, taking the good ideas and then using the skills that you have to enable them, not to destroy them. So I think, yeah, these are. There was a third point. So I don't know if that's the same in every country, but at least in my country, in Brazil, because I addressed some of the multiple sectors here, I find it that most young leaders are actually working in civil society organizations, because that is usually an environment that your age doesn't necessarily limit you. If you want to do something, you can start an NGO and you can start be part of the conversation. So why is it that we have so many young leaders in civil society, but not in other sectors? We have to think more of substance and less of age. So yeah, I think these are two approaches, like coming both from young and older leaders. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Juliet, what's your take on this one?
Yeah. So for me, I believe for us to take over, yeah, for me, I believe for youth to take over, we first of all have to give ourselves to capacity building, which is one, because you cannot give what you don't have. And next, we have to show up. After building our capacities, we have to show up to solving the problems in our society, in our communities. And also, we have to get the prerequisite tools. For instance, there are a lot of issues surrounding the internet, as I highlighted before. For example, if you want to solve the issue of misinformation, what tools? Where can you get those tools? Cybersecurity, there are lots of tools you can use. And another one thing we should know from the definition of the internet is a network of networks. That tells us about the relevance of partnership. We need to build partnership because the internet is not the business of governments or corporations alone. It's about us. It's about people. It's about youth. So we need to build the partnership that is required of us to take over. So those are the four things. One, build your capacity, show up, and the next, what tools do you need? What problem do you want to solve? And what are the tools? Where can you get them? And lastly, build partnership, because the internet itself is a network of networks. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Juliet. And Susan, how are we going to take over?
All right, thank you very much. The problem of going last is sometimes everybody has talked about your points. All right, so I'm just going to summarize it in 3 ways, based on what everybody has said already. First is that you have to understand what you want to influence, which is why capacity building is important. You have to understand the foundation of the internet, the principles that keep the internet going, open, accessible to people. You have to understand how do they even make these policies, because that's when you know how you can contribute. You have to understand the organizations that are the foundation of the internet, the intergovernmental organizations, the NGOs, and different organizations that are actually at the core of the internet. And then you have to collaborate. You can't do it alone. So it's not a one-man battle or fight. So you have to collaborate within your jurisdiction and also outside your jurisdiction, for local and global influence. So those are the major things.
Oh, thank you so much. Wonderful. Please, a round of applause for my panelists. Very well. Now I'm going to give you the floor. If you have any question, if you want to comment on any point that I was talking about, please, it's the time. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tori Irvine. I work at the Internet Society Foundation. So I run the Ambassador program. And so I'd love to hear from each of the panelists on what you're doing. So what work are you doing today to help protect the internet?
Wonderful.
For me, even before coming to the program, I was engaged in storytelling for social and environmental change. So through this program, because one of the items in this program is that you have to build your project. You have to develop a project that you will have to implement through this program. So for me, climate action, is one of those things, because coming from Sierra Leone, I know most of us here know about the August 14, 2017 or so, mudslide that took the life of thousands of Sierra Leoneans in Freetown. Yeah, and that has left, so much shadows of pain within communities, and having the background in public health. So I thought it fit that, okay. Firstly, yes, because for young people to advocate for climate action, just as I said, we need capacity. Yes, so I'm using what I'm currently doing to an organization that I run, SIP, is that we are building the digital literacy capacity of young Sierra Leoneans, as to how to navigate the internet in order for them to advocate for climate action and sustainability. So in the month of September, we empowered about 100 Sierra Leoneans with digital skills, and as well as we run a YouTube channel wherein you can go on YouTube, Stories That Inspire Planetary Consciousness. You will see some of those videos, educational videos, as to how to go about climate action, youth leadership, M&E, digital skills, how to be safe online. So those are some of the things that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tori, for that question. In Kenya, I am a digital security trainer. I started an organization, Digital Rurals, which focuses on empowering marginalized groups to have access to the internet, have access to digital literacy skills, and to also have access to internet safety in terms of education and access to tools. Aside from that, I'm also part of the ICANN community. I'm in the ICANN working group for universal access, and I'm also a Pan-African Youth in Internet Governance Program facilitator. I train fellows across Africa in Swahili on internet governance issues. I know I spoke previously on capacity building, so it's at the bottom of my heart. I'm not just talking about it, but I do it as part of my work. So I train young people on Swahili in internet governance. Aside from that, I'm also a researcher. I have done research back in Kenya that has been published on protecting media freedom and promoting democracy in Kenya. And that's also part of my work in contributing to making the internet a safe and secure place. And I think I should have started with this, but I am a gender advocate, a big one. I love advocating for women's rights and girls' rights. So most of my work nowadays focuses on advocacy against technology facilitated gender-based violence. So I train also on that, mostly building the capacity of women, journalists, politicians, and also generally women who want to learn how to stay safe online. I think I do many other things, but for now, you guys are good with that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There we go, Susan.
All right, thank you very much. So I would be talking about my initiative or what I'm working on in two phases. First, as a lawyer from Nigeria, and second, within ISOC. So as a lawyer, I work with my firm's policy team on technology policy. So we do contribute to technology-related laws in Nigeria. For example, the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. So we work on submissions to ensure that the Data Protection Act is actually what it should be. So I contribute to, there's also an ongoing bill with regards to digital economy in Nigeria. And I've also worked on that, make submissions for, things to be improved within the proposed bill. As an ISOC ambassador, I work on an initiative with a team where we're trying to develop a community where youths from the global south can actually contribute to internet governance policy, because we see that there's a lot of development and initiative going on in the global north and less of it in the global south. So we believe that youths from the global south have to actually have more capacity and more knowledge to be able to contribute, so that when we are getting policies out on the global scale, then it's not representing the nuances or the stories from some particular regions, but actually covering globally, and it's something that would be equitable. Also, I actually dived into another initiative with Gustavo's team. So he's going to talk more about it, but it's with respect to ensuring that you develop artificial intelligence products with cognizance with bringing in underrepresented languages. Thank you.
Thank you. I will get into that in a bit. I will talk about three things because I will actually start with what I used to do, because I find that it's important to give credit to the organizations that I've worked with in the past. And I mean, it's part of who I am. So I started by working in civil society think tank in Brazil called the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet. And there we focus on two fronts, LAPIN. I try to get as much exposure to them as I can always. So please do search about them. They do great work, particularly in internet policy and digital human rights. I worked in the team, they worked in two fronts, research and advocacy. Worked in the team for disinformation, conducted research, for example, how disinformation impacted elections or algorithmic transparency. but also advocacy when we had an opportunity to file, for example, amicus curiae briefs before courts to support digital rights in certain specific cases. Particularly data protection was also a big focus. I invite you to take a look at their work. It is amazing. Nowadays, in my professional side, I am working at UNESCO in the digital transformation, digital policies section with artificial intelligence. So what we try to do there is build knowledge, exchange, facilitate the exchange of this knowledge, and then build capacities of three different sectors, three actors on artificial intelligence policy. First, the justice sector, like judges and judicial operators, like lawyers and prosecutors. Second, civil servants, public employees, staff, because they're very well positioned to understand how AI can be used for public services in a safe way. And third, that we started recently, parliamentarians as well. What are the reasons to regulate AI and how this is being done worldwide, and how different countries can make use of that. And the third thing that I'm doing now, apart from this work, is my initiative under the Internet Society, like Susan said. It focuses on artificial intelligence, the inclusion of underrepresented languages in artificial intelligence. And the way we have ideated this work is in three fronts. One, also building knowledge. What are the consequences of underrepresentation for human rights, for example, for access to culture, for people to steer the scientific progress of AI in their countries? We're actually going to be hosting a session later today at 2:00 in room 6 about that, so you're free to join us. And the other two fronts are tools. What are actual resources that we can use to improve the situation? What are, for example, open data sets and tools that can support the collection of data in an inclusive manner. And third, collaboration. They kind of overlap, collaboration and action. What are the actors that we can talk to facilitate solving this problem? And so, yeah, these are the three things that I would like to highlight, and thank you very much.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Also to mention for those who are joining us online, if you have a question, please, you can raise your hand on the Zoom call and you'll be allowed to speak, or you can put your question in the comment section. Someone will help us read that. So any other question in the room or comments? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatou Sarr. I'm happy to see Chori for the first time and some of my colleagues from the Youth IGF program and hearing about the great things you have been doing. I just wanted to add a little about what youth can do to better engage on internet governance. I think we can all do something, and even if it's a little thing, just start by doing it, because once you start small, it will grow big, and you need to find your own interests about what you can do on internet, what you can do on internet governance and any other thing, because the internet is related to all the field, health, education. So just try to see how you can use the internet to have a bit of what you are doing, because the internet can give more yield about what you are doing, just the smallest thing you can do, and then it will make it bigger. When you are a teacher, you can try to see how to use the internet to pass on what you are doing to support your student and all those things. So just try to do something little and grow it big, because the internet is the most powerful tool in the world. It can change your life, it can support your community, it can do the best of the best. So just use it and try to see how you can support your community with the internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comment. Yeah, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Johannes Gazal. I come from civil society, from the Ethiopian Center for Development. I'm a monitoring, evaluation, and learning expert. So I had a couple of questions that I wanted to forward to the panelists, especially what Sarah mentioned regarding internet governance and the role that policy has to play in that. And I just wanted to know how is it that as part of ISOC, much advocacy work can be done to address the issue of possible fragmentation in the internet, because there are a variety of different actors that currently have different varying policies. So I think one of the focus points that even the GDC and other frameworks want to emphasize is how to harmonize these policies. So what efforts are being done in parts of the society to address this issue? Thank you.
One of you can take, and then I will comment on that one as well. Anyone who wants to take that one? Okay, let me just say a few words. So with the Internet Society, we do a lot of advocacy, yes. And there is a whole program dedicated to internet fragmentation. You just go to the Internet Society website, internet fragmentation, you see. So basically, we do this in 3 manners. I can say, first of all, it's learning. Many people don't understand very well the stakes of the internet and what internet fragmentation really means, and what the dangers it's representing to the internet ecosystem as we see it, globally connected and a force for good. So we have some courses on the Learning Internet Society platform, teaching about the internet fragmentation and some of the cases of internet fragmentation, such as fragmentation by policy, fragmentation as internet shutdown, and some other forms. Apart from that one, there is a whole policy empowerment, should I call it toolkit, or resources that they put in place to engage with policymakers and officials who are really at the end, at the front of dealing with policies, so that they can, understand well and take decisions that are based on good data. And the last one is there is a tool called Internet Society. You said you are in the monitoring and evaluation. So the tool is basically covering a lot of things, whether data policy, whether the cause of internet shutdown as a sort of internet fragmentation. There is also measurement of internet, like the mini shutdowns we used to have for some time, and also whether it's due to a technical issue, submarine cable cut, or due to policy issue, like a government deciding not to connect their infrastructure with others. So yeah, you can look more into that one, or we can engage alone. We have also experts here from the Internet Society. They'll be having tomorrow we'll be having a session on the technical aspect. You are pleased to join this session. We can also talk on the corridor and look forward to engage. And I also welcome you to the Internet Society. So if you're not yet a member, please join. And I think Wangeshi want to add something on that one.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very good question, and this is the right forum, the Africa Internet Governance Forum, because we have governments represented, and I think we can take that conversation also to the main discussion room and find out, for example, why did 7 countries vote against the Global Digital Compact? Why do we have fragmented internet policies? What are the avenues for harmonization of these policies? How can we make the internet a better, safer, and secure place, as a collective? So it's a great question, and I'm looking forward to hear more conversations about that, especially from a multi-stakeholder perspective. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Gustavo, please.
Yeah, just to add to that, it is also a policy debate that we have throughout the youth fellowship program. So also speaking to the rest of the audience, like this is an example of one of the policy topics that you would be engaging with. We actually had a session on this, like the Internet Society, like Athanas mentioned, has a framework of the core properties of the internet. What are the things that fundamentally make up the internet, like a shared infrastructure, the internet as we know it, like an open, free, globally universally accessible internet, right? What are its enablers? And we discuss circumstances that can disrupt that. For example, data localization requirements, this kind of stuff. And I also find it that it's a great space to even provide new ideas in the subject. I think infrastructure, data flows, policy harmonization is very important, but another aspect that is often left out of this conversation is socioeconomic conditions, right? It's not only about having the same policies and the same infrastructure, but it's actually having affordability of access. It's one of the biggest reasons of fragmentation from a perspective of an internet user, right? And this is what I'm saying now, this new, which in my mind, it is a new aspect of the conversation, it's not so present. It's something that came up first to me during these conversations through the fellowship. So that is one aspect of what we learn as well and what we engage with. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, please.
All right. Okay, so I also wanted to talk about internet shutdown. It's one of the aspects that ISOC also deals with. So in 2023, when I was Nigeria Internet Governance Society Fellow, we were tasked with producing a policy brief on internet shutdowns, and that's something that happens a lot in our region, Africa, and actually propose solutions on how to undo policy issues on the internet so that it doesn't degenerate into shutdowns. What are the measures that should be put in place? And it was submitted to the Nigerian Communications Commission. So that's part of the work that we do. Then the next thing would be for the government body actually to take it up and actually use the recommendations. So it goes beyond this room. The starting point is from us speaking out about it and actually giving measures that we believe would work, and then actually the government taking action to see that these things get better and these changes are implemented.
All right. Very good. Very good aspect. I see we have no question online, but if you're online, you want to ask a question, please don't hesitate, or you want to drop a comment, you can drop it in the chat section. Yes, we have another question to other. So there, and then you, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kingori Gitahi. I'm from Kenya. I'm a technology entrepreneur, providing professional engineering services to ISPs and mobile network operators, primarily focused around energy and connectivity. I think my question is to Gustavo. He raised an interesting point earlier where he said that policies are not necessarily made by young people. And that presents challenges for young people. We've seen, for example, in my home country of Kenya, where when young people felt they were not listened to, led to civil unrest and crackdown on dissent by government. And having been empowered now by the Internet Society with the course that you've gone through and the exposure that they've given you, what opportunities exist for young people to influence policy, and how are you taking advantage of those opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo, please.
Thank you for the question. I would also welcome the responses from the rest of the panel, of course, because I think we all might have a shared experience in that regard. So one thing that I wanted to highlight in that conversation, when I mentioned that, I think it's important to have separate spaces for youth to have conversations about policy, like the ones we have now, or like the Youth Ambassador Program. And the Internet Society is doing amazing work for that. But it's also important to mainstream youth presence. It's important to have, okay, we have this one session now, but we're going to have on particular youth issues, but then we have every other issue with a youth representative also there speaking. I find it in terms of new opportunities. To be entirely honest, I think, and this is the reason why I emphasize so much the role of current leaders that may not necessarily be youth in enabling youth in the mainstream organizations. The organizations that define policy, these structures, they already exist. National governments, even local community, local conversations, they already exist. So I find it that the best opportunities that I'm having right now is actually through my regular professional trajectory. At UNESCO, for example, I was lucky enough to have a supervisor that exposes me to new things. And I think if I have one advice of new opportunities is, don't look at youth as an exception, as an addendum. Make us part of the core thing. Don't assume that youth is knows less or is disruptive just because of an age. I think age is often used, for example, as a proxy, or numbers of years of experience as a proxy in hiring processes, or which consultants you're going to talk to, or which experts. Like if you hear somebody on a panel say, "Oh, I have 15 years of experience," it's great. And that person will have a lot of knowledge and substance, but perspectives are not let's say they're not they're not a degree, like they're parallel. There's not one better than the other. That's why it's important to have youth around it. So I'll say the best opportunity is to just enable youth to participate in the organizations that already exist, the places where these decisions are already being made. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that, Gustavo. We have Innocent who is going to add a comment on that one, please, Innocent.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So one way we're trying to bridge the gap, of course, is the youth initiatives like the African IGF, Youth IGF that is running right now. Of course, after here, most of the young people would be going that side, is that we try to see that we have sessions that bring young people and policymakers to talk, to interact on some of the issues. So these policymakers, of course, like representatives or members of the it's called the African Parliamentary IG group. Like they have members of parliament that are interested in internet governance and that can be able to front the issues that we address here. So usually we try to get some of those representatives to hear out some of our issues, and then they can be able to front them on their platforms. But also, of course, we usually engage young people and encourage them to involve their lawmakers, especially nationally, through the national youth internet governance forums that happen in most of our countries, really. Yeah, at least there's that initiative. And usually that is like an opportunity where you can invite them and engage them, and they can be a part of what you're discussing. And then you can be able to front your issues, and they can be like you reach out to. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Quickly, please.
Yes, I'm John Saruni from the ISOC Foundation. So these are my colleagues, and I'm from Kenya as well. So I have heard all the good things from the panelists about the program. And I'm wondering, specifically for Africa, despite all these initiatives, there is still very low output. If you pick on anything, policy, AI, if you look at the output from Africa, it's still very low. So I'm wondering what more could be done. What do you think could be done, to improve that situation?
Okay, please. So I'm going to give Wangeshi 1 minute, please, quickly, and then.
I actually wanted to make a brief comment on the previous question. And also, I think it relates to the question that you asked. And what I would say is coming to the internet society builds your capacity holistically, because I can say right now that I have been taught how to make a policy submission, write a technical document, and actually make my voice heard. I don't know about the local process and the acceptance rate of the submission, because there were rumors and accusations that the Kenyan government, when they're making policies and they call for submissions, they don't include the comments. They discard them away despite thousands of young people coming out to participate. I'll give you a case study in, I think, answering the second question. In Kenya, they crashed the email of the clerk of the Senate because they were making thousands of policy submissions. So African youth need to know the avenues for opportunities for engagement, especially when it comes to policy, and know when they're supposed to engage and what to do. I think the Kenyan youth have mastered that art of engaging government and familiarizing themselves with the policy process, and even making their voices actually heard and put on paper as policy. So what I would say is we need to understand, for example, if the African Union is calling for submission, they want to build an AI, policy where the voices of young people, they had different working groups that were making submissions. I was part of that. The Global Digital Compact also called for comments. People were making submissions. Where the African youth, I know the Global North, they engage intensely in these processes, but also as African youth, we need to identify these opportunities and take advantage of them, just like the Kenyan youth are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have someone who wants to talk online. Please, you can unmute yourself and speak. Omar, please, you have the floor. Can you hear us, Omar?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Umar. So, I have some questions that I want to ask for the people of Nigeria, more especially. More especially some people that you have already degree and finished graduate for the internet or something like that. No opportunity to work, no opportunity to live. So some life is in not good conditions for the study and for the anything that related to study. After you finish, you not get any work, you not get any something to do it for the, so more especially like you are working for the more especially like I graduate in Federal Polytechnic, for example, almost like since 2019 for ICT is not working, not anything. So
okay, Omar, I think we've got some of the points you mentioned. There are people who are taking the learning, but then they don't get access to opportunities that help their lives and so on. So basically, I think I'm going to try to speak on that one quickly, and then I will see if I can. We have like 5 more minutes, so I'm going to quickly comment on that, and I will see if there is comment in the room. So basically, there is one thing about the African youth is that we are kind of waiting for someone to give us the power, kind of waiting for someone to give you the space. But as our youth ambassador said today, we need to take over. We don't have to wait for the people to give us the space, to give us the opportunity, because I know everybody is struggling in their own way, and also we have to address our own challenges, and we are the only one to have a holistic view on that one. So how to take over? I think they've said it very well. If you have a degree and you feel like you don't have the exposure, whether in the internet governance or in the internet ecosystem, I think there is a lot to learn. You can learn online, you can learn from other spaces. We have platforms such as the Internet Society. If you want to learn about the internet ecosystem, you have platforms such as the Icon and the ITU Academy. So a lot of things you can learn, whether about climate and internet, whether about policy and internet, whether about cybersecurity or gender discussions. So one thing, if you don't have the space yet, you need to grab it. And when you have more knowledge, it doesn't matter the official knowledge, the degree. You can learn online, learn new skills, and apply. There is also one thing, you don't need necessarily to go to an office. We have people, the internet is there to bridge those gaps. So there is a lot of things you can do on internet. You can work remotely. We have got some new works that came up with the internet, whether in the gig economy. There is now, we have community managers, we now have content creators that are just based in online and they're making a living. So do not put yourself in a box. Please take over, go grab what you think you deserve. That is my take on that one. Oh yes, please, 1 minute.
Okay, so good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, my name is Mayawa. I'm from Nigeria, so that's why I wanted to take this question. I work with the presidency. We are we deal with communities. So when I heard this question, I understand what he's saying, because we have a lot of people that are not even aware of the internet in Nigeria. We have communities that don't have any idea of what internet is. So what we do in our own office, okay, is to partner with different private sectors that deal with ICT, internet, and then what we do is we try to expose them. We try to expose them to the use of internet. A lot of them, I was still in a school, a primary school last week, and they have no idea. They have nothing, they don't know anything about internet. So I understand his pain when he says that he is a graduate and yet he doesn't have a work, because sometimes the opportunity is not there. And even to assess the people in those communities that don't have internet access is also difficult. So what we'll do in our office is we try to partner with NGOs, partner with civil societies, partner with private sectors to be able to bring internet to all these rural areas that don't have internet facility. It's not like they don't want to, they don't just have the opportunity. It's not available for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful. Maybe a quick comment on that one. The Internet Society has a program called the Community Network Program, basically to empower community-based networking. So there is sometimes, as you said, some community that whether are left behind because they're very far or because our normal operators, telephony operator or internet operators don't see the benefit there. But the Internet Society with the Internet Society Foundation help actually communities to build their own networks, and also whether technically they will assist with the technical knowledge, they will also assist with the policy access so that you can access your regulator or the policy makers, and some funding if you need. So please, for those who want to explore that, we also have a session here at 4:30 about community network and how their solution. So please, you are welcome at 4:30 here in this room for that session. And with that, I'm going to give the floor to Daniel.
A quick last comment on the opportunities, because it's true in Africa the opportunities are limited, but we need to expand beyond, look beyond our horizon. Because, for example, I'm a Kenyan working for a US company. He's a Ugandan doing the same thing. So, we need to take we need to start competing globally as Africans. So, take opportunities beyond your country and beyond Africa, because, there are limitless opportunities out there.
Thank you so much. Very important. And thank you all for your engagement in this session. It was really a lovely session. I want to thank again my panelists for the great work. You are really expert. And I love seeing this. I've been part of this program as of last year. And what are the opportunities that has unfolded being part of this program? So basically, it was a learning experience, a lot of work, as Wangeshi was mentioning, sometimes a lot of emails from Lori, a lot of assignments, a lot of work, yes, but then afterward, there is engagement and exposure. They get to expose you to the right people. After the program I've been able to join ICON as a fellow, and now as the African community as one of the contributors. And I've been able to join the RightsCon community, and now I'll be one of the facilitators for the RightsCon next year. A couple of other opportunities that will unfold in this ecosystem. I convene the youth IGF in the DRC, and what happens is that with the exposure we've got at the Internet Society, we've managed to get partners to do local activities, to do activities at home. And this exposure is very important. As I said, I was one of no more Internet Society members, but recently, just last month, I was elected at the board of the chapter. So you see, it doesn't have to be very old. It's about the work you do. And this program is really, I can say I'm a testimony of the impact this program has on lives of young people. So please, if you want to learn more about the Internet Society Youth Ambassador Program or other fellowship program, don't hesitate to reach out to the Internet Society staff or to other community members here. And without, I thank you so much. This is the end to our session. And please, a round of applause for yourself and for our panelists. Thank you. Maybe we can take a group picture with the panel. Is that okay, madam?
Please, we have a break from 10:30 now to 11, so we can't be free to join. And then our next section will be 11, and then it's analyzing the impact of technological integration for sustainability practices in Africa. So you're welcome to join. Thank you.
There are some more pieces here. These days. Don't be too serious. Wear your best.
For everyone. Is it back on?
I hope we are all in.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have some iPhones back. It's down.
So, session.
Okay. The session we have. Yeah, sure. No,
Should we go?
my next one is ridiculous. That's the first. It's a nice one. It's gonna be joined by a parliamentarian. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It's been 1 hour and a half. My brain's already cooked.
I just get where you come from. So I'm also mixing it from that. Let's say my stepsister or Nigeria. Okay. Yeah. Nice meeting you. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Ophelia.
Well, Brazil.
Brazil.
Yeah.
From Ghana.
And you're living in DC, yes?
No, I'm from Ghana. My nationality is Ghana. Yes, my family is here now.
Ah, I see. Sorry, yeah, I understood in DC.
No,
I was like, okay.
Okay.
How is it working? How is it working here at DC?
Oh, this is good.
It's
I
good.
think we have made it okay, so we can brief you about ideas. But this is good. I like it. The people are nice, just like my people.
Thank you so much for the help for the session.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh my God, but we have to tell them, the microphones sometimes.
Yeah.
Like that.
So are we going to the copies? Oh. Really? They raise their hand. Okay, and then he spoke. It was able to listen. So shall we log out and log in, I guess? We just leave this. Yeah. Highest level of expertise. No, we are waiting for the organizers, but they are not showing up. So you may also consider like shifting to another station in another room. Because we are still waiting for them, but they are not showing up. Yeah, to another section. Yes. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I need to. How many people are? Yeah, there's two. We will have another one after 13. Yeah, we are so many people. I'm also kidding. Yeah, they might emotional. Yeah, yeah, we have another one. Yeah. Hi. Hello. Hello. But we will have another one at in 25. You're welcome.
Oh my God. Did you see that?
We are giving already in the grand. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Paul, I think his training ends today. There's a flight that leaves Frankfurt at 10. Yeah, but are we on mute?
No, you are not muted. And we can
So
see.
you guys are hearing our business.
Yes. Is Maramo there? Hello, Omi. Can you hear me? No, you can use the room mic. Hello, Omi. Can you hear me? Okay. Is the meeting done in the LBR for today?
Yeah. So we're from muted now. Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
now I can hear you. So is the meeting done in LBR for today?
No, it's cancelled. The second session was cancelled because the moderator or panelists they did not show up. So we told them to join other sessions.
So we are expecting another session now.
Yeah, we're expecting another session at 12 to 1.
And okay, from 12 to 1.
Sure. And then after lunch, we also have 3 sessions more.
Okay. In the meantime, can you please share the video from your end?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Also.
If there's a mixed episode, I mean, we really conversation. And that is what I'm also thinking. If they don't show up in the first one, just be asking questions. But I don't want to take questions and I don't. I do. No. Yeah, I think when
Emo, can you please loop the video?
Yeah. Are you here to do visual analysis? Visual analysis? Yeah. It's working. Yes. Okay. Hi, how are you? But I immediately recognized you. That is the difference, huh? I'm good. Yeah. Again, one opening good. Africa host. ታሪክ ለመጠበቅ ብሎ ጠብቋል። አይ ትንሽ ነው ማለት አይበቃም፣ ግን የግድ ታሪኩን ለመጠበቅ በቃ ጠብቁ። Yeah. Yeah. Information and technology. Yeah. So whenever I'm up for CPM data. Now, but it's kind of busy. Yeah, sometimes. So far. Yeah. How long have you been in this year? Total of 1 Yeah. With that. I want to just talk about this. Then my door. Good set off right here. Hello. Yes, Yeah.
Very recent banyak program ini.
Yeah. Any jokes in that topic? Online issue that UNV ማለት UNV ዩኒፋይድ ፕላትፎርም ደግሞ እንደዚህ ሀገር
It's not recommend. Hey, it matters. Yeah, I did not recommend that. I think it makes sense. It is. Yes, that's it. Yeah, I think so. It is very good. Yeah. You have a chart of around here. Cool. Okay. I don't mind talking. I was one piece of it. So, you know, you got everything. Yeah. But I think you like see what Yeah. Oh, they haven't. What's that? It's what? So let me tell you how to find out. Some of the search on Twitter. But no search, no search. I think the other is only a no, yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. and welcome to the session on accessing universal service funds in 26 African countries, an extract from the London 2023 report. Without wasting much time, we'll start the conversation. We're hoping to have more people in the room shortly, but again, without wasting time, we're going to kickstart the conversation. So quickly, a brief, look at the agenda. We have the introduction, introducing the speakers, introducing the topic, panel exchange, and then final tips and takeaways. We're going to be meeting the speakers now. We have Kenneth Uyeni, which happens to be myself, Communications Officer for Paradigm Initiative. And I'm going to be moderating this session. I don't have that much details about myself. Then we have Patricia. I'm going to err on the side of caution in pronouncing your other name. Forgive me. So, but a brief, bio for Patricia. Patricia is the project officer, collaboration on international ICT policy in East and Southern Africa, CIPESA. Patricia is a project, I said that, where she leads initiative focused on digital rights, freedom of expression, data governance, and civil society strengthening in Uganda and across the region. She has commendable experience working with both for-profit and not-for-profit organizations in the EAC and SADC regions and the United States of America. Patricia is an expert in policy advocacy, data governance, digital security, and internet governance, particularly within restrictive environments. She holds a Master's of Law from Middlesex University, UK, and an MBA from East and Southern Africa Management Institute, as well as other disciplines of education and pieces of training. This is quite the bio. There's a lot of learning in there. So Patricia, do you want to say something? Just put in a word. Something I missed?
No, this is pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, maybe something I missed and that was pretty obvious was pronunciation. I did not pronounce your surname. I did not try.
Oh yes, I am Patricia Inembabazi. I am Ugandan. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our next panelist, we have Masoud Jirita, Executive Director, Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organizers. Masoud holds an LLM in Public International Law from Addis Ababa University and was a former lecturer of law at Samara University, Ethiopia. He's a researcher and trainer on human rights advocacy, HRBA programming, and protection advocacy. Masoud is a human rights defender who is the co-founder and executive director of the Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organization, a consortium of 30 local human rights CSOs, mainly engaged in capacity development of CSOs and key stakeholders, policy level advocacy, and broadening civic space. Masoud is also the co-founder of the Ethiopian Human Rights Defender Center, board chairperson of the Ethiopian Human Rights Societies Forum, co-chair of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, CSO's Joint Platform, executive committee member of the Ethiopian CSO's Council, and board member of the Coalition of Ethiopian CSOs for Election. Masoud is a global advocacy working group member under the Protection Cluster. That is an extensive bio again. So Masoud, do you want to put in a word? Great to have you on the panel here, by the way. We start with that. And do you want to put in a word? Do you want to add something that I might have missed about Masoud?
You didn't miss, but thank you very much for having me. Welcome to Addis, and this is a great pleasure for me. And I'm also the founder of the Ethiopian Media Lawyers Alliance, which has been doing a lot of advocacy on the broadening the media landscape. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And finally, we move to Benga Chesson, Executive Director, Paradigm Initiative. I know it comes across as biased. I can pronounce his own name completely, but forgive me. Executive Director, Paradigm Initiative. Benga is the Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative, a Pan-African nonprofit that works on digital inclusion and rights through sub-regional offices in Cameroon, Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. He studied electronic and electrical engineering at the Obafemi Awolowo University. He has completed executive education programs at Lagos Business School, Oxford University, Harvard University, Stanford University, Santa Clara University, INSEAD, and King's College London. Benga was appointed by the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to serve on his inaugural Internet Governance Forum Leadership Panel in 2022, and is a member of the Swiss-based International Panel on the Information Environments that was launched at the 2023 Nobel Prize Summit. He's also a Schwab Foundation Scholar, Schwab Foundation Social Entrepreneur of the Year, Archbishop Desmond Tutu Leadership Fellow, and Ashoka Fellow, among others. Binga served on the Nigerian presidential committees on harmonization of information technology, telecommunications and broadcasting sectors, and roadmap for the achievement of accelerated universal broad infrastructure and service provision, advised in the World Health Organization on data privacy, and advised the World Economic Forum on developing a right-respecting data policy for businesses. He is married to Temilade Chesson, PhD, an expert on energy, poverty, and development. Minga Chesson, do you want to put in a word from what I've said? Did I miss anything?
A word.
All right, thank you. So if you're just joining us, you did not miss much. It was intentional reading the extensive bios. It was not a mistake. We're trying to buy time, for those of us that we're having lunch, and thankfully we've joined. So I'm going to give a brief context to the conversation we're going to be having this afternoon, and then we'll take up the conversation from there. So the African Union adopted the African Digital Compact aimed at harnessing the transformative potential of digital technologies to foster sustainable development, economic growth, and societal well-being. However, the extent of digital exclusion in Africa remains pronounced, and access to digital technologies is a major concern. The gap lies in digital infrastructure, which is not developing at the rate required to reach underserved communities, and many are left behind. Persons with disabilities and women are the most affected. The implementation of the universal service funds in African countries is a strategic solution to bridging digital divides and increasing internet access. But this approach is not yet being optimally utilized. Paradigm Initiative's 2023 London report, which accesses 26 African countries, provides insights into the implementation of universal service funds. The report flags gaps and challenges that are barriers to the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Africa Digital Compact. This session will present findings on the number of countries in Africa implementing the fund, draw lessons from the countries that are taking proactive actions, and discuss the role of agencies that provide oversight for the implementation of the USF. The meaning of universal connectivity will be unpacked, and a call will be made for different actors to strive towards universal access and connectivity collaboratively. The session will advance the ADC's ambitions of bridging the digital divide by making digital technologies accessible across the continent and enhancing digital skills to prepare Africans for the digital economy. A lot of big words, but again, we have panelists in the room, and they'll be more than happy to break down this, the large grammar I just highlighted in that context. So panelists will start, without assuming that the topic we are discussing right now is everyone understands that. So we're going to start very basic and then build onto it. So USF, what is USF? What does it mean? But maybe we start with USF. What is USF? I would open the floor to any of I would break this down. So I would hope that our three panelists will be able to tackle this definition in different formats. But I'll open the floor to anyone. Okay, I might be creating chaos because we have three experts on the panel here. So I would start with Patricia. Do you want to break that down for us? But maybe to put it in perspective, what is USF from your perspective? I mean, it has a standard definition, but from what you've experienced, yeah.
I was hoping that I would speak last, but no worries. So we are talking about the Universal Service Fund that, looking back from 2009, countries having to put aside funds to help communities in rural areas to have access to ICTs and also sort of promote the connectivity that we need in the different countries. Yeah, that's what I would explain it as.
All right, thank you very much, Patricia. We go to Mesut. Do you want to give again, just maybe expand the topic even further, the definition even further, if you might.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the idea of which is accessing internet for all, and specifically focusing on those who can't afford it and who are left behind and who are far from the center. So the idea of which is for people who can't afford this internet, that there should be a mechanism by governments and operators to do a commitment that especially people in the rural area, in the remote area, who have a lot of connectivity challenge, would be joining the era of internet, where a lot of work, including economic, social, and political engagements, are done. So this is how I understand it. So it's all about making internet accessible for all, irrespective of the challenge and the limitations.
All right, thank you very much. Bingashe, so
thanks. So universal services funds, in some countries, universal services provision fund. In some countries, they have other names. But the basic idea is that universal access is agreed as something that should mean everyone in any country, regardless of where they are, in the interland, rural, urban areas, have access. But primarily, the fundamental challenge is that maybe we could shut the door. I know that voice in particular. I know who it is. I almost called her out. Anyway, so a lot of companies, and don't forget, by the way, honestly, many USFs developed in many countries were just copy and paste. They were not decided on because they were necessary. In fact, I know at least 2 countries that in the same building, we worked on their own USF policy, and the minister or the people from the minister's office were not interested in the exact details. They just wanted to have what Rwanda has and what Ghana has. So it explains why many of them are not even utilizing the funds, by the way. But USF became necessary because as liberalization in the telecom sector continued across African countries, many of the telecom operators concentrated on areas where they could make money, which makes sense, right? If I'm going to deploy masts in Addis, I'm going to stay close to the EC and AU, close to the new areas where there are new hotels. Outside Addis, I'm probably not going to deploy too many masts. And because of that, it means there's less access as you go into the rural areas. And so governments had to make a decision. How do you, in quotes, entice companies to set up infrastructure in areas where they can't make money? And that was the essence of the Universal Services Fund. So that you could, for example, there are different areas of intervention that have been tested. Originally, governments did what they call the Rural Telephony Project. And as I say that, I see Mr. Nweke coming in. So I think he's written at least a book on the corruption and waste around many rural telephony projects across the African continent. Governments themselves were investing in telecom infrastructure to provide telecom services in rural areas. In one example, let me give my home country example. In Nigeria, the Rural Telephony Project at its peak provided 200,000 phone lines. And unfortunately, that is nothing close to the 14 million that private sector companies were rolling out. So it was very clear that they spent the same amount of money. One got 200,000, one got 14 million. I mean, you don't need to be told that somebody is either stealing money or being stupid or both. And the interesting thing is, this is sort of the basis for the Universal Services Fund, so that instead of governments doing it by themselves, they get money from telecom companies, but they then give that as an incentive for companies to go to areas where they would not normally make money, so that those interland areas and the rural areas can get access to connectivity at the end of the day. So that's the whole essence of the USF.
Thank you very much, Benga, for breaking that down in that manner. So from what you said, what I understand is, there's a contribution that these organizations are making, and then they use that fund, that pool of funds to provide access in areas where typically they don't have any commercial incentive to go. All right, beautiful. I'm going to come back to you again. Building on that, when we started this conversation, we mentioned that the Londa report, the Londa 2023 report, looked at the state of digital rights and inclusion across 26 different African countries. And in that report specifically, it was highlighted, the USF funds. So do you want to maybe briefly provide an overview of the 2023 findings concerning universal service funds? Let's start there and we'll get into it.
Yeah, thank you. So we looked at 26 countries, and we definitely had confirmation from 24 countries that they had universal services funds. But don't forget that it's one thing to have the fund. It's another thing to have a mechanism to deploy the fund. It's another thing to have reports. So what we did was to ask ourselves a few questions. First question is, does the country have a universal services provision fund or a universal services regime? And in most cases, the answer was yes. And in all cases, it's a certain percentage. It ranges from 1% to 5% of profit after or before tax of telecom companies, income. And in many cases, they do have that provision fund, but there is no oversight institution. So for example, the money is collected, the money goes to a pool. In 7 of the cases out of 26, they were just used for political purposes. So the political party in power needs money to impress people in this village in the northeast of Uganda or Liberia, and they basically say, hey, where do we get money from? And someone in the meeting says, oh, by the way, we have this pool of funds. We have a few millions of dollars in the universal services funds. We can use that. And so you will find that when we were looking at the report, many countries, cases of projects that were being done had nothing to do with connectivity. In many cases, they were buying equipment for people in rural areas that had nothing to do with connectivity. In many cases, they were buying computers for schools, setting up internet, which you could be close to connectivity. And in some cases, the money is there, the money is growing, and nothing is being done about it. In one of the cases, what we found was that there was a political interest in determining who will be the manager of the fund. And because they couldn't agree on who will be the manager of the fund, every subsequent government was trying to appoint someone, and the person was either attacked or was being questioned. And so what happened was there was no manager of the fund. And so the money kept growing. But one of the key questions we asked was, how many of the universal services funds have reports? Because that's a way to know if they're working. In at least 11 of the cases, there was even no way to trace it. In one case, you will find a PDF file from 2011 that basically mentions the projects they did and nothing else. It says nothing about money. In a few cases, and I love to share these best practices, in a few cases, we had countries that not only had the funds, but also provided reports on what was done with the funding, how much they had left, and the strategic plan that they would deploy for the future. One of the examples that we saw that was quite interesting was that during COVID, 2 countries tapped into their universal services funds, and that was how they were able to get connectivity for students who would not ordinarily have access to connectivity. Unfortunately, we haven't seen many of those countries continue with that because COVID was a scare, right? Everybody was worried, oh my God, these kids are not going to go to school. How do they get connectivity? So everybody jumped on the bandwagon of providing connectivity in some cases, but that hasn't continued. One of the questions we ended with all of 26 countries is the independence in decision making. There is none of the countries where the managers of the USF fund consider themselves independent enough from the regulator to make decisions without consulting with the regulator. In most cases, regulators are not independent of the executive. They should be independent regulators, but in many cases, they are tied to the aprons of the executives because they can be hired and fired by a minister. They have an oversight, a minister providing oversight for the agency. And so one of the strongest concerns we're going forward with, and I would love at some point for us to have this conversation in the room, is if the universal services funds are not independent enough to make decisions on what needs to be done and how to deploy resources, what do we need to do to get the attention of the relevant stakeholders to make sure that they release, they literally take their hands off the control of the university services funds, because in some cases where no funding was used, and of course in all of those cases there were countries that could use those fundings in rural areas to provide extended services, but of course they couldn't do that because either there was no manager or because the manager couldn't take a decision that wasn't influenced politically. And so that introduces the question of independence of the management of the funds. Should they be independent? Should they be quasi-independent like many regulators are? Or should they continue to be tied to the apron of the minister and then the executive, the person in the executive who makes a decision on either they are hiring or they are firing?
Thank you very much, Benga. That was extensive, and I think that provides even more context to what it is we've been talking about all afternoon, not all afternoon, 30 minutes ago. But now I go to Patricia. So my question for you, Patricia, is building on what Benga said. What are the challenges that arose from the Londa report concerning East Africa? Which countries do you think that? I mean, feel free to name them. I think we're safe here. I hope.
Are we naming and shaming?
I mean, we're civil society. That's something we do very well. So yeah, what countries? What are the challenges that arose from the? Okay, sorry. Apologies.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. So what are the challenges that arose from Londa concerning East Africa? Which countries are doing better? Which countries are doing horrible? And how can the USF be used? Okay, that's a lot of questions. Let's start with the first two.
Yeah, thank you. When we look at the East African region, we all know Rwanda has risen up to take up the flag as one of the examples when you talk about ICTs and the use of the USF. It's recognized as a regional leader when it comes to ICT innovation, with robust policies for digital transformation. But also we also have to recognize the steps or the improvements that countries like Uganda have made. When you look at the report, not only the Londa, but also the reports that come from these countries. We also recognize Kenya. I think when you look at the East African region, it's only Kenya that has opened itself to conversations or public scrutiny, where you have journalists, you have other people talking about the USF and how it's helping the country, and sort of bouncing back to regulators, like asking them what the fund is, helping, and what particular villages that have benefited from the fund. However, you also note, recently we're having these conversations with some person from Internet Society, since you say that we should now start naming people. And the person, I will not name names, but at least I'll put a context to it. And the person obviously is Kenyan, and he or she mentioned the fact that the USF is not really helpful to Kenyans, or it's not doing as they expected, and bringing conversations around the Nuran Wireless, doing the best mile, as you would expect the fund to also be covering. And also we look at how the different implementers access the fund. It goes through different hoops, and everyone wants to eat. And in the end, if it was supposed to be 2,000 reaching like some village in Kenya or deep in Uganda, if it's $2,000, in the end you find that you only have maybe $500 left, because everyone wants to eat. So when it comes to the East African region, we have seen the fund being useful in a way, because it has been utilized in schools where pupils are being taught, have access to ICTs, and also learning more through the engagements and the support. But also, we also note that there could be a better way of channeling this, and it goes back to we could, if there is a way that they could restructure on access, and then also on reporting so that we can have more countries being accountable to the people, having this data like in the public out there and allowing public scrutiny, because it's out of that you'll sort of get a better way of improving the usage, the access, and also the output out of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think you sort of touched on my next question, which was going to come back to you, by the way, which is you said something about, everyone wants to eat. How can we solve this problem of everyone wants to eat?
Unfortunately, I don't know. This is something perhaps maybe the audience will help, because everyone wants to eat, literally. Yeah, I'm also eager to learn how we can solve that.
I can add something. Well, so I don't know if everyone has read It's Our Turn to Eat. Incidentally, it's also written by Kenya. Everybody thinks their country is the headquarters of eating. Well, there's a theory that you could grow the pie, right? If you grow it, then there's a lot left after everybody has eaten. But I think, and we've had this conversation for many years, and it's painful that we're still having the same conversation. But we need to find a way to, number one, impunity is the reason people eat, right? If corruption is not punished, it will continue. And secondly, we need to find a way to create a connection between when you don't distribute and eat this thing up, through corruption, at the end of the day, you would have better opportunities that will help you eat and eat more. So for example, if the USF funds are eaten up through corruption, you don't get connectivity. But if they are left untouched, you get connectivity, you get jobs, you get education, you get improved economy, and you eat.
Well, this almost sounds like a lesson on, maybe you are taking cooking classes. But I mean, as long as everyone is eating, right? Thank you very much, Benga Sheson, for that. Quickly, we come to you, Masood. So we've looked at the USF. We've explained what the USF is. We've looked at context. But I want to understand. And again, I'm imagining that we are good. I want to be able to go back to my country in one piece. So is in looking at Ethiopia particularly, right? Is Ethiopia implementing universal service funds? One, what are the connectivity gaps in Ethiopia? And I'll come to the last one after you answer the first two.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's why we are hosting the IGF every year. That's what I suspect. Ethiopia is selected for that. So in terms of the Universal Service Fund, yes, maybe you might have seen this, the government's policy, digital 25 plus, something like that. And the very idea of having the USF is, as I mentioned in my introduction, that it's about connectivity. It's all about creating opportunities for people who can't afford. And if you see the recent measures of the government, especially this macroeconomic policy reform, this homegrown economic reform, there have been a lot of usage of such things. So it's all about increasing effectiveness, impact, and also understanding the challenges of connectivity. That, for instance, if you see, we grow a lot of coffee, and it comes from the rural area, and there are people who are in the middle who eat without doing anything, but without adding value. It's so like how we can create connectivity for the farmers so that they know the price of the coffee at the stock market while they are still back there in their villages. So these are some of the initiatives that the government took in terms of accessing the Universal Service Fund. So the fund, as has been already mentioned, is financed through the percentage of the revenue generated from the telecom companies. And we have, the interesting thing is we have Ethio Telecom, which is a government-owned enterprise. And recently we only introduced Safaricom, which is still very young, maybe 2-3 years. And I don't know how much the Safaricom is even struggling with the government affiliated Ethio Telecom. But the idea of which is how can the telecom operators do some contributions in addition to the focusing on where they can do a lot of money, but also as part of like corporate social responsibility to increase connectivity, to increase the connectivity of other people who can't afford. And you also know how much internet is becoming very expensive. It is very expensive, even for those people who can afford, who are even in Addis. It is becoming very expensive. So if you see how you are always on the social media, things like that, it's always becoming very expensive for the young people, for university students, or people who can have the means. It's also becoming very expensive. So then the issue is how can these companies, telecom companies and operators do some percentage to contribute for the expansion and subsidize. So the importance is already clear, but some of the challenges I think is we have a lot of connectivity gap. As you maybe Ethiopia is the biggest, maybe we are the biggest country in terms of geography. In terms of population, we are next to Nigeria, but in terms of geography, we are also very big. So the landscape is very much difficult. And the other challenge is that there are a lot of conflicts. Even during the war in the north, there have been almost 2 years connectivity issue, even still in Amhara, in Oromia. So this has also helped. I mean, this is also a challenge in terms of infrastructures being damaged because of the conflict, sometimes because people are not being accountable for that. So the funding and sustainability issue is also there, the inefficiency and bureaucracy, still the bureaucracy system is also there. You know how much it is very difficult. Even sometimes the fund, they tell that people talk about the fund. Where is it? It is something very abstract. And even if the companies are committed, the challenge is how is it going to reach where this fund was established for the purpose? That's the challenge. The participation of the private sector. Recently, we have the PPP, the public-private partnership thing is growing, which is also growing in Ethiopia. Also, that initiative is still there, but still there are a lot of challenges in terms of that. Geographic and social barriers have been already there. So the key challenges in Ethiopia in terms of the implementation of the USF are, as I mentioned, the geographic and logistic barriers, the financial sustainability, bureaucratic issue I already mentioned, private sector engagement is also very limited. Even Ethio Telecom, the chief of Ethio Telecom was complaining on this because that's only one, and we expect them to do some funding, and they get billions of profit every year. And they say we are very successful, but still the connectivity issue there. And unless everyone in Ethiopia is connected, so they can't be successful, because the very purpose is so that this fund creates an opportunity for everybody to be used by everyone. So then how the USF management can address the connectivity gaps? I already mentioned the challenges in terms of connecting people who can't afford, one, because of economy, because of geography, who are in the rural area, and for many reasons who can't afford that. So I think prioritizing areas of investment is very important. There should be an investment that should be giving priority to this infrastructure, so that companies who are engaged in telecom services would minimize their costs, so that they can also invest on increasing connectivity. Streamlining fund allocation, leveraging public-private partnership, which has already started, I mentioned, but innovative financing models should be also there. Maybe if you ask me about the key findings of the Londa report. So Londa, thank you for the Paradigm Initiative for covering Ethiopia every year. So some of the key reporters findings in terms of gap. We have, I mentioned we have it, but we don't have it. We have it, but we don't have it. The problem. We have it. So what are the gaps that the Londa report indicated? One, limited broadband access, especially in the rural area. We have a very limited broadband access in the rural areas, and especially these conflicts have made also those areas which could have been covered by the normal telecom infrastructures are not even being accessible. That's a challenge. The mobile signal coverage is also more concentrated in rural areas. I mean, in the centers or semi-urban or urban areas. So the companies, even for their profit, they didn't want to have that either, or they don't have that. That's the challenge. High cost of service, I mentioned already, it is becoming very, very expensive. So I already mentioned the challenges, which I already highlighted in the report: inefficient fund allocation, this, geographic funding of sustainability and related issues. And so what are the recommendations of the Londa report for increasing this accessibility of the fund and encouraging the telecom providers in Ethiopia? One, ensure adequate funding and diversify the revenue sources. So only these companies can't do this. So like this, the PPP I mentioned would be a good leverage even for other companies who are engaged in other businesses, so that they invest on that as part of their social, corporate social responsibility. Fostering the private sector participation. As you might know, Ethiopia is opening the market, liberalizing, and Safaricom is one indicator, and still the bank and other business sectors are also coming to Ethiopia, which means it will be more competitive than protecting the local ones, and that would help people to access these services. Strengthen fund management and governance, focus on targeted connectivity initiatives. So like it is a blanket promise sometimes, and that there is no tracking and monitoring mechanisms. And why people eat? I don't know if people are eating here. I don't know. I don't really know. But
hello, Monsieur.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have a bit of a. It's not a challenge.
Yes.
Thank you, and you've been really breaking the issues down. But sadly, one of our panelists has something to attend to. I say it that way. It sounds weird, but yeah, one of our panelists is going to be leaving. But before she leaves, I want her to give us like a final remarks from East African community. Before she leaves, Patricia, over to you. Back to you, Monsieur.
Yeah. I will continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. Looking at the East African countries and also basing on the report, the Londa report, if anyone has not read it, I encourage you to do that. I would say that we all know that communication is only complete when you get feedback. So I would encourage countries to always have this data out there and kind of engage public scrutiny and have these conversations around the data, like how the fund is going, who is using it, what villages are very, are being helped and all that. And that is the only way we could actually, in the end, have a report to say that this and this has worked. The report, when I read the Londa report, it shows that Uganda, there is progress in the country as based on like 2020 to 2023. But if you ask a Ugandan in the room or anyone out there, they will ask, like, what progress? Like, what are you talking about? Even me, when I read it, I was like, really? Like, this fund? Like, what villages were helped? So it comes to a point of the country has not really shared reports on the progress, what they are doing. And it's very important to have people get to know what is happening and have, conversations and engagements. And it's the only way that we can say that there is progress somewhere. Thank you. I really have to leave. Thank you.
And now you have to Manuel.
Yes. So thank you very much, Patricia, for the final remarks. In case anyone asks why they are all men on this panel, we have evidence that she abandoned us. She would but yeah, thank you very much, Patricia, for breaking that down. I'm sure that that's been insightful to those of us in the room. Monsieur, back to you again. I'm sorry for breaking that. Back to you so that you can complete what you were saying earlier.
Thank you very much. So I was just presenting my recommendations on how we better implement the USF. So the other is targeted connectivity. As I mentioned, we need to have, like, this is a blanket. So like we need to have a focus that's measurable and that is also being able to be tracked. Improve infrastructure in the hard to reach areas, especially. As I mentioned, this is a big nation, and that these companies may not be only able to do through this small percentage contribution from the profit. Indeed, I do a lot of profit, but the challenge is you see also how this is getting very beautiful. So this money may be spent here. We don't know. So as I mentioned, the money that comes for the fund should be there, and that there should be a clear monitoring mechanism. And enhanced digital literacy programs is also another important thing. I know so UNESCO and some other partners are doing a lot of digital literacy issue on that, but still there is limited awareness on the public side. And monitoring and evaluation systems is also very important. So this is what I recommend to improve the USF, but I would say this is a very important initiative that without me, about me is nothing for me. And that's all about how we bring people who have concerns or whatsoever is happening to know what's happening, that concerns and matters to those people. So this is the issue of inclusion. And this is not something that we levy on companies, but this is the progressive commitment that everyone benefits from whatsoever comes to the nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for breaking that down for us. Again, for those of us who just joined, Mesut is looking at the USF in Ethiopia here, and the applications, the limitations, and some of the recommendations. Okay, I sound like a rapper now. Recommendations for Ethiopia from the Londa 2023 report. Shameless plug. The report is looking at, which we can see on there, is you can find it on londa.africa, www.londa.africa. It's a report published by Paradigm Initiative every year that looks at the state of digital rights and inclusion across countries in Africa. So yeah, back to the panel. Sorry, give me a minute. I have a bit of it. Yeah, back to the panel. We've broken down what universal service funds mean for those of us that are just joining us, and I hope that we're not lost in what it is we're talking about. We've also looked at some of the limitations across generally from the report, but we'd like to look specifically now into West Africa and Central Africa, and I'll be handing over the mic to Benga Chesson if he wants to. I mean, not if he wants to. I kind of have veto power here, so you have to give us inputs from the report from West Africa and Central Africa. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I sort of provided West and Central when I was talking about the general overview, but I want to specifically focus on Francophone Africa, and I think this is really important. Earlier today, I met one of our partners who was saying, "Oh, thank you, Paradigm Initiative is investing in Francophone Africa." And I said, "Don't thank me. We need to pay attention to what's happening in Central and Francophone West Africa." The reason why Mali, Burkina Faso, let me even not mention names. The reason why ECOWAS is struggling right now with military intervention is because we do not pay attention and we pay lip service to things. I just had a chance of co-authoring a book with a group of Sahel experts. And to be honest, when we started, we were looking for best practices in the Sahel as far as technology is concerned. And at some point, we all agreed, let's just write things the way they are. And during that process, another country became a military dictatorship. And we just agreed, you know what, we're not going to look for best practices. We're just going to write things the way they are so that we can tell ourselves the truth. We need to pay attention to what's happening in Central Africa, in Francophone West Africa, because many times we present democracy, we present technology as silver bullets. And when they don't serve as the silver bullets, and somebody brings an alternative that looks like it's providing an option, then there is confusion in the room. One of the challenges we've had with USF in Central Africa, this happens in other countries, is sophistication versus, what they call appropriate technology. So in many cases, USF, the funds were being used to get sophisticated telecom solutions, when instead what was needed was appropriate technology solutions. Let me give a practical example. Some countries chose to invest in AI for their elections. What's that? When you can't send text messages to registered voters, you are now claiming you're spending $3 million on AI. Of course, we know what you're doing. You're creating a war chest of in Kenneth's new language, you're eating. So I think it's very critical because either we like it or not, there's a very strong relationship between the backsliding of democracy in Francophone West Africa and how we have undone many of the promises we made, including around technology. A few days ago, at the Central Africa IGF, my colleague was there and they were having conversations about deployment of technology. And unfortunately, one of the things that came out very strongly is prioritization. There are people who, even if you ask them, choose between food, your next meal, and a laptop, they will easily tell you, go and die with that laptop. Let me have the next meal. Because we have failed to create a connection between a laptop and not just the next meal, but every other meal. And I think this is where the challenge is that we've created this big language of USF. And by the way, the same thing that is happening with USF, with technology, with many other things in Francophone Africa, is the same thing happening with data protection. So we went into Francophone Africa many times, we go with templates. And I think this is where we need to have a conversation around, yes, thankfully, the politics of France and Francophone Africa is being dealt with on another level. But what we need to have a conversation about is what works for us. And that's why I gave the example of sophisticated technology versus appropriate technology. And I'm speaking particularly to that, not because it happens only in Francophone Africa, but because of the implication of that. Next week in DRC, we're going to have conversations about this exact topic. So I'm glad that we're discussing this now. And one of the challenges I want to throw to us, especially in the civil society, is that organizations that work in the region need to pay more attention. And I know it's difficult. Hey, ask me. We used to have an office in the DRC. We don't anymore. So I know it's difficult. There are cases of Francophone African countries where we have worked. The author of the report has literally said, do not put my name on this report because of what could happen if the name is on the report. And this is also because the politics gets very tense. Many of us know for a fact that not only do we have some examples of countries that are not, so Rwanda, for example, is Francophone English, but clearly, at least across the belt in West Africa, you have some Francophone African countries, and generally in Central Africa. What you can't divorce from the management of the funds is the political structure. The political structure in much of Central Africa is close to dictatorial. In fact, there are some precedents in Francophone Africa that people only see when there's a rumor that they are dead. I didn't mention names. I didn't say Cameroon. I didn't say Paul Biya. No, but seriously, this politics of Francophone Africa plays out in the collation, management, and utilization of the funds in the region. And I think that journalists, policy experts, civil society organizations, we all need to pay more attention to Francophone Africa. For God's sake, some of these countries are your neighbors. If you're in Ghana, for example, you're surrounded. If you're in Nigeria, you don't even have anything to say. The only thing that surrounds you apart from water is Francophone Africa. It's Cameroon, Niger, Benin. So where else? So, you know, and I think that, and I'll close with this point. One of the reasons why we haven't paid attention to Francophone Africa is also I want to be politically correct. Screw that. Is the Anglicization of resources. There's a lot more funding. Any funders in the room? This is where I call you out. Please identify yourself. A lot more funding has gone to where people can fix things very easily. And a lot of people are afraid of putting resources in Francophone Africa because number one, it's difficult to build. Number two, it's difficult and you can't get immediate gain. You have to invest for a few years. There are countries that we work in that if I go to that country and I identify as the executive director of the organization that produced that report, I am not going back home on that day. But we continue to work in those countries because at the end of the day, it's our continent. At the end of the day, face it, the instability in the ECOWAS and the entire hypocrisy right now is biting us because we failed. We failed to rise up when there was a clarion call. And the call was very clear between 2010 and 2014. Sassofit, all of the protests that happened in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, across Francophone West Africa, they were a pointer to the challenges that we saw in English-speaking countries and we addressed to some extent, but we ignored in Francophone Africa. Let me end with a story. In 2005, some of us in this room may have been in Accra. In fact, I think Mr. Nweke may have been in the room when we were at the Africa Regional Preparatory Conference for the World Summit on Information Society. It was in 2005. While we were in that room, something happened in Togo. President died, Eyadema. His son, who of course took over from him, was communications minister, and he was in the room with us in that meeting. The first sign we saw was that policemen and security guys entered, surrounded him and took him out. Of course, he had become president. And then they closed the borders. And many of us could not go home. In fact, this was one of those times that the Nigerian government proved very useful for me. I found a way to contact someone who contacted someone who eventually contacted someone in the presidency to come and airlift Nigerians from Accra because we couldn't go back by road. I think that this paints a very clear picture of why ignoring Central Africa, ignoring Francophone West Africa is literally ignoring ourselves. I was just joking with someone on the stairs earlier that one of the reasons why you can never catch terrorists on mobile networks across the borders in Nigeria and Ghana and other countries is because you don't know which network they are using. They're in a physical location where they can have access to Niger and Nigeria, to Togo and Ghana. Because these countries, by the way, were not separate countries. The European conference was what drew the lines. I mean, come on. Who's from Benin here? Who's from Benin? Anyone from Benin? Benin Republic? Benin Republic, Nigeria, Togo, Ghana. When you look at the geography and the history of it, you realize at the end of the day that not paying attention to one of those four countries is literally not paying attention to all. I apologize if I've sounded very like I'm sounding like there's fire on the mountain, but that's because there's fire on the mountain. That's because Africa will not make significant progress in our technology for development if we continue to ignore Francophone Africa.
That was heavy. Thank you very much, Bengashe-san. And I hope that, like you said, you give a story of being in Ghana and then you had to lift you. I hope that I'm able to leave this place in one piece. Because again, right, I am the moderator. For clarity, I moderate the session. I'm not the speaker. Thank you very much again. So I think we'll be throwing the mic open now. If you have questions in the room, any questions? Okay, I see 2 hands. 3, 4. Okay, 4. So we're just going to assign numbers. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Please introduce yourself so that we know how to address you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Kingori Gitahi. I'm from sorry.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, my name is Kingori Gitahi. I'm from Kenya. I'm a technology entrepreneur. We serve ISPs and mobile network operators by providing professional engineering services to them. And so this topic about the USF is close to my heart because it's about providing access to providing internet access even to remote communities. And coming from Kenya, we've seen the impact of USFs and what they can do in providing internet access, because governments have a different viewpoint from when it comes to internet access. It's not about is this region profitable? It's about reaching those communities with government services that are online and things like those. So USF has been fantastic, and there are new emerging technologies around this space. For example, that provide internet access. There are technologies like satellite internet now. It's a big talking point now with Starlink all over the continent, and a lot of regulation around that. So technologies like direct to dish, direct to device that have potential to bridge the digital divide. And we have in my country some of our local ISPs, and I've seen them also across other parts of the continent, are concerned about their lunch being taken by Starlink and by other direct to dish and direct to device service providers, satellite service providers. And what I thought, I think as Africa IGF, and what was the gentleman's name from Ethiopia? I think it was Mesei. Yes, and we being in Africa IGF, and we being in Ethiopia, who I consider to be our big brother in Africa, I think we should explore how do we engage government and the director generals of various regulators in our different countries to not see these new technologies as a threat per se, but to maybe even co-invest and even have our own satellite internet company that is made up of different African governments that would set up this kind of thing. And this has worked. If you look at Kenya, for example, government investing alongside private sector when it comes to connectivity is the reason why there has been pervasive internet access in Kenya. And we are not there yet. And I'm not trying to beat our own drum, but it's an example. And so instead of seeing Starlink as a threat, why shouldn't 5 or 10 or 20 countries consider investing in their own direct dish or direct to device satellite internet to reach rural and remote populations? I think this is the correct forum to bring this up. I think we have if you're in the USF space, you already have access to this resource. If you pool these resources as African governments, this USF that you're collecting, if you pool these resources, I think we can drive access and leave and bridge this digital divide much faster. Instead of viewing this new technology as a threat, we can at least embrace it and take advantage of it as Africans for ourselves. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. You propose very beautiful solutions. My question is, how would they eat? That's my question from that. But to the next person, please.
All right, thank you very much. Remy OK is my name. I work with the IT Rams Media, a digital media organization based in Lagos. Under Digital Sense Africa, we do internet governance for development, and often with the Paradigm Initiative as partners. So thank you for this opportunity. I want to first of all congratulate your team, that's PIN team, for the report. But then we still have a long way to go. My brother was suggesting about African countries coming up with their own satellite internet. Maybe you have to come and study ICOM start in Nigeria first before they can start off anything like that, and then how to manage it. Be that as it may, in sharing the report, I should have want to suggest that since we're in IGF, I don't know whether it's part of your plan, but if it's not, you find a way of sharing this report with the parliamentarian tracks, parliamentarians that have been invited for this event. It would have been nice for them to also have a copy of the report, no matter whether virtually or hard copy, whichever one. And because, one of the key problems the USPF is facing is that many times when there is investment, if the politician that started that investment is no longer in office, that particular project dies naturally. Others may not like to continue supporting it. They would like to create their own. So that also affects that. Then, like you made mention of political independence of the USPF managers. And I'm sure if it's not in your remit yet, you need to share this report as well with them. Likewise, a media show of this report. I think it deserves a very big media show. It's not easy to have that kind of report every time. Do a media launch on the report. I'm sure the effect will be much felt. Countries will also start reacting. Then streamlining need to the sectorial concerns. USPF on his own, as it were. Lastly, is the source session, what I call source session. Engaging the USPF managers themselves. If you remember, there was a time the secretary of USPF in Nigeria was removed by a minister on his own. Probably the guy there was not playing ball, maybe for the boys to eat. And we fought it the way we could. Unfortunately, even the institution itself was not resilient in terms of that, because all of them depends on political appointment to even start with. So it's important to do that session and then engage them at the law enforcement level too, because that's part of the problem they were also facing.
Apologies to cut you short. I've been reminded I'm doing a terrible job at moderating this session.
Sorry, sir. I'm just rounding up.
Okay.
Yes. Because when you have a project and there's no security around that project, it becomes difficult to manage. There have been a project where they installed, before you know it, some youths who does not understand what was brought to their community went and vandalized that place. Are you expecting the government? Who are you going to blame in this instance? Thank you.
All right. As a youth in the house, I want to protest. I need evidence that it's youth who vandalized that property. But to the next person, again, please, because again, I've just been reminded I'm a horrible moderator. So please help me out here. Help me raise my KPIs. So about 1 minute so that we can tackle the question, the answers in like 2 minutes, which is fingers crossed. But yeah, let's do that. Thank you.
My name is Damilari Oyedele. I work with Library Aid Africa. So my question is more of a comment than a question. I haven't read the Londa report, but with this conversation, I've gotten a lot of insight and I'll surely go read the report. So I work in the library ecosystem. So over time, libraries have evolved from just the books on shelf to a space that fosters digital inclusion, digital literacy, digital skills, among many others, to which connectivity plays an essential role to achieve. So with the amazing work you've done with Londa, I'm just curious to know, I'm thinking about what are the pathways that are available to explore here to further drive the potentials of libraries in bridging that divide, and of course, be covered in USPF, so that libraries can also join the eating movement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're building a buffet. I believe that's the last person with the question. Sadly, I think they had to leave. Thankfully. So, all right, over to you, Benga, Masood. Benga first, then Masood. Then we wrap up the conversation. Thank you. We have 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, let me quickly use one of those minutes. I like what you've said in terms of USPF's pulled together as funding to invest. And there's precedent. Safaricom in Kenya. We will not have M-Pesa today if the Kenyan government did not invest. Equitable. In many countries, governments were the first to put money down. Like you were saying, what will they eat? This is how they ate. Lagos state government invested in, as one government was giving the license, the other government was putting in money. And when it grew, they withdrew their money, which, by the way, was one of the reasons some telecom companies almost failed in Nigeria. But at least we have a model of using government resources to solve government problems. And I think the last thing I'll speak to is thanks, Mr. Nweke. I think that wasn't a question. That was more of you've given us more work, and I was looking at Kenneth, and I agree very much with you. But on libraries, I think two things. One, library professionals need to stop separating themselves from the information ecosystem, because you guys behave as if you're the custodians of information and the others are the digital folks. Please open the door. Otherwise, you're going to keep complaining and that will happen. And I think secondly, we also need to realize that the entire internet is a library. So both of us need to have a handshake.
Thank you very much. So on the government engagement issue, to build on what my friend mentioned, that is how it's operating. And if you see, even in other sectors, governments do invest a lot. But the problem is, we civil society working on these issues, we don't have that serious engagement with them, how it can help to improve, even for the government's legitimacy, to solve some problems they are always facing, and increase efficiency in their systems. Because people who have issues with government can easily reach because they are connected. So they are not supposed to wait for 4 years or 5 years until the next election come and give false promises that they won't implement, because nobody is tracking in between elections. So that is also a very good opportunity to create transparent system. And digitalization is something that most of governments, Ethiopian government, they are investing a lot. So the idea of which is people are always connected and know what's happening. And that increases transparency, accountability, and very importantly, it increases public benefits. So my recommendation is that we civil society working on these issues, even like you as an entrepreneur, we need to show that it works. And it is the only way. They invest a lot on AI for election, for instance, as mentioned, but they don't want to invest on other issues. And even imagine how much election becomes very expensive. We did a calculation. It was like $12 per person like that for election. Imagine how many people register and they spend this much. But if it is like, we know elections won't change much things. But if this money was spent for these public benefits, how can we improve accessibility? So this is what I suggest. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we would close this session. Apologies to I imagine the people for the next session are already outside. Or tea break? All right, tea break. Tea break is the one waiting for us. Well, we had to round up early. Well, thank you so much for the participation in this session. And, like they mentioned, tea break is outside. Thank you. I mean, we can engage further again. It's londa.africa, LONDA.Africa, if you intend to read the report. It's also been broken down into multiple different countries, so you can just choose the country you want to read. Again, it was a lot of work, but I think it's worth it. Also, you can watch it as a film on our YouTube channel, Paradigm HQ. I'm just plugging everything in at this point. Thank you again, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi, everyone. Feel free to stick around. We have a next session with Equality Now and Policy, focusing on building equitable digital futures. So feel free to stick around.
Karaoke. Hello.
The latest na YouTube. Finish yun. No. Yun yung host number. Yung በጣም engaging ነው። ጠዋት ላይ ትንሽ እንትን አለ ከሬዲዮ ነው የሚጠሩ ተነግሮናል። ብናደርግ እራሱ ሊቀሩ ይችላሉ እናንተ ብለን ተደጋግሞ እዚህ ሁለት ሆነ yang ሁለት አፕሊኬሽኖች ማለት ነው ማለት የነበሩ እና ሆስት ብቻ ማለት ስለሆነ ኮሚኒኬሽን ጋር ሊሆን ይችላል። Yes.
Yeah, how people do it. Let me just make sure I'm yeah. Our next is all the best. All right. You can try and push them to speak with the library. You know, everything. Yeah.
Take 1, 2. Hi, everyone. A good afternoon to you all. I know that by now you have probably attended a couple of sessions and you're starting to zone out, but I hope that we can still, use this 1 hour to have a candid conversation. And I also hope that we can get a bit more people to join us as we go on. It's just 1 minute to 3:30, and I'm not going to waste any minute. I'm going to get right into it. I welcome you all. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Ayazika from Kampala, Uganda. I work with an organization called Policy. That is POLLICY. It's from opinion polling and policy making, so it's a portmanteau. We do a lot of work around localization of data and digital rights, but also focusing on how best can we use technologies and data to the benefit of women and bridging the digital divide. I'm joined by a diverse team of amazing and very experienced ladies that we are going to be, having a conversation on how can we, achieve a safe and joyful internet for African women. Now, I know this is a conversation that you've probably had over and over, being had on, different forums and in the different conversations. I hope that today could be a little bit different, that we can actually talk about probably alternative pathways. We know what we've done. We know the very many trainings that have been developed, very many programs. But can we talk about what are some of the alternative pathways in the direction of best practices and things that actually work, right? And this session comes at an opportune time where we've just had the GDC, for those that were in New York, that has, several elements that also speak about this issue specifically. I think that's objective 1 on closing all digital divides and accelerating progress across sustainable development goals. And of course, under that principle, that objective, there's commitments on connectivity, there's commitments on digital literacy, skills and capacities, there's commitments on digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. And then objective 3 in the GDC is on fostering an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space that respects, protects, and promotes human rights, right? So we're having this conversation at such an opportune time. As an organization policy, we've also been, putting in place certain measures to see, okay, which country is coming closer to, creating an internet or coming up with policies. It could be programs to enable women to, use and enjoy the use of the internet and also participate in the digital economy. And that's pretty much going to be our conversation this afternoon. We're not very many in the room, so I hope that maybe each one of you can get a chance to speak and kind of share knowledge with us, but also talk to us about your perspective. Now, I'm joined by 3 ladies. To my immediate right is Miss Bonita Nyamire, who is the Director of Programs at Policy, who has done quite extensive work when it comes to issues of women and the digital. We also have Ms. Amanda from Equality Now, and I think she advises on law and digitalization, right? I think law and policy. And then we have I've forgotten Matilda. We have Matilda, who is a Pan-African Youth Ambassador for the Internet Governance, coming all the way from Tanzania. So Bonita is from Kampala, Matilda is from Tanzania, and then no, I'm all good. And then Amanda is from Zimbabwe. So let's get right into it. Our conversation, so that we can also have some time to discuss. So Bonita, Policy has developed the Afrofeminist Internet Scorecard, which is a tool that is measuring progress, but also documenting challenges of 7 African countries in terms of which country is coming closer to achieving an equitable internet that works for women, but also that enables women to participate in the digital economy. So in just a few minutes, can you please share some of the findings from that research? And also please talk to us about what these findings reveal about the current state of digital inclusion, safety, and participation for African women specifically.
Thank you so much, Philip. So we did this research this year, like Philip has said, and to develop the scorecard. The scorecard is almost like the Londa report they were sharing, and we will be doing this on an annual basis to score on different dimensions to measure for different countries, for the 7 countries actually, what they are doing on those different dimensions to ensure there is closing of the digital gender divide gap. So some of the key findings I listed about 5 key ones, and they don't really divert from what we have always known, but mainly there was a finding about access and connectivity in terms of women experiencing those challenges across all the 7 countries, in terms of limited access to digital devices, internet bundles. One of the previous speakers was talking about deciding on whether to use money to buy a laptop or to buy food. I think for women, that is a very big challenge. You find that between buying a mobile phone and taking care of the family, they choose the family. And moreover, they already have limited funds. So you find women have limited access in terms of affordability of digital devices, mobile phones, smartphones. Most of the women, they actually have the feature phone, not the smartphone, compared to their male counterparts. Then there's also a challenge on internet bundles. The previous panel talked about that one: limited internet connection, limited broadband access, limited digital infrastructure, social norms about women owning phones and being online. That is a big challenge that we found out and discovered across the 7 countries in terms of women being put in a position by their spouses, as in you shouldn't be owning a phone. We already have a phone in the house, so what we have is enough. It will serve the purpose. So if you need to make a call, if you need to send a message, you can always use what the spouse has, then take it back. But the woman also needs her own phone because she has transactions to make, she has businesses to do and things like that. So that is also a challenge, but also being online is already a challenge since most of them don't own smartphones, but also those who own smartphones, there's a challenge being online. In some communities, they say, no, it's not good for you to be online. You'll be exposed to acts that are evil, that are immoral, and so please don't be online as a woman, as a girl. So that was also another key finding that we discovered during our research. And then the other one is definitely the online safety and security for women being attacked online, whose prevalence it keeps increasing on a daily. That is technology facilitated GBV. Then the other one is the existence of different legal frameworks. We found that there are legal frameworks actually in the 7 African countries on different aspects of digital technology, including privacy, cybersecurity, data protection. But the challenge is implementation of the legal frameworks. That is one challenge. Implementation is still a challenge, but also we found that women, because our research really focused on women and girls of different categories, so we found that most women have limited knowledge of the legal frameworks, of the policies, so they are not aware. And then the other challenge we also found with the legal frameworks is that they are not explicit on issues of women. So they just talk about, there's this issue, there's this, but they are not explicit on women issues to do with women, especially technology facilitated gender-based violence. But also we see the legal frameworks being implemented selectively in the different countries, especially on people who hold high positions in government. When they experience online harassment, then the law is applied. Whereas the other person in the rural area experiences, the law is not applied. They actually tell them, you can handle this, please just go away. So something like that. Then the other key finding was about participation of women in digital economy, content creation, and then issues of intellectual property rights and how the existing laws apply to all these. So women have a limited participation on, especially on content creation. They are there, but also there's a limitation which hinders their full participation in digital spaces, which I am coming to next, which is digital literacy. So they have limited skills in terms of navigating the spaces, using the digital devices. So the women and most women and girls have limited skills to fully engage online spaces, do business online, and so which brings an effect on their limited participation in content creation, but also in the digital economy. So those are some of the key findings that we got from our research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bonita. Like I mentioned, I think, Bonita, like you also mentioned, I mean, these are not new revelations, really. And of course, it brings me to the question of what aren't we doing right as a continent? I mean, there's more frameworks, more laws coming up, but is probably the legal direction the way to go? And what aren't we doing right? I think that's something that we should reflect on. And thank you so much, Bonita, for sharing. Now, allow me to skip to you, Matilda. Bonita's told us these very many revelations. I wonder how these relate to you as a young person. Definitely, I know also being a young person myself, that our experiences are different as a people, especially in how we access the internet. So I want you, Matilda, as you know, we advance in this conversation, to give us the youth perspective of what are some of the challenges that you have using the internet. But I also know that you're at a point of privilege. Of course, you're an ambassador, and probably you've been involved in programming. If you could also then speak to what are you doing differently as you program for your fellow young people to see that there's more, they participate more on the internet. That was a mouthful. I don't even recall what I've asked, but go for it.
Yeah, thank you. Those are the part of the question.
Right?
Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matilda Moses Mashauri. And yeah, as a young girl myself, to be honest, the challenges are so many. First of all, being a girl itself is like a challenge, especially in my country. So for me, it was easy because I should just say I've been grateful because I come, from a good family. I went to good schools and stuff. So for me, like, count me out. But when you say for the other young girls that I'm trying to engage them right now, especially the Pan-African and the African Girls Can Code initiative, the challenges are like, there are so many challenges into accessing it. Among of the challenges, first of all, the digital literacy is not part of our school curriculum, unless for us who went to the private schools. So first of all, that is the first challenge, like the people in the rural areas. And then the entire primary school education in Tanzania is in Swahili. And then as soon as you get a chance to go to secondary, high school, and to the tertiary level, everything changes, it's in English. But the entire school, the public schools in Tanzania, it's in Swahili. So that's another challenge because it's very hard to even to integrate they have no relation to that. And also, I can tell you, so I'm also working with this organization called She Works in Tech. We engage kids in school, especially young girls, secondary school from 1 to from 4. But in that school, I'm telling you, it's in Dar es Salaam. In Dar es Salaam, it's among of the biggest town, eh? It's the biggest town in Tanzania, by the way. And it's in Kariakoo. That school is Dar es Salaam at the center, and Kariakoo, it's among of the schools, among of the best public schools in Tanzania. But that school has no computer laboratory. The kids, we went there, I've seen people, they have never seen a smartphone. So you can imagine how serious the situation is. Same thing when I joined college. So young girls from the rural areas that they managed to got a chance to that they managed to do great and was able to join the colleges. Someone has never seen a laptop, and this person is expected to enter in the class. The lecturer is teaching in English. What they do is the lecturer comes, explains 1, 2, 3, and then it's like, you know what? As usual, I'll just send the important details to the CR, and then you can deal with it. Someone who doesn't even know how to write, doesn't even know how to make the fonts together. So you can imagine it's a very big problem into the Tanzanian context. And the language barrier also, I did a training in Kigoma to the women entrepreneurs and youth out of school. I even have the presentation the one that I did. First of all, everything I prepared was in English. And then I had to use everything in Swahili, something that I've never done in before. And also some of the English terms, they do not have the Swahili term. So also the language barrier is also a problem. The infrastructures also, we have poor digital infrastructures in our country. terrible. It's you can see the perception of the Tanzania is really not good when it comes to the, especially for young girls. Because for boys, okay, you can say it, but for young girls, what about them? And in rural areas, a young girl is expected, like, you wake up in the morning, you do first your house chores, then you go to school, then you have to come back early. Or the other boy, he just wakes up, goes straight to school, comes back home, plays football or something like that. So you can understand. So it's a crazy situation out here for young girls, especially for my age, and even for the older women, it's the same situation. Because the women entrepreneurs that I went to give them the digital training, they were older women, but a woman, she's a very good entrepreneur doing amazing work, like amazing work. And then we need to engage this woman's business to the digital space to teach them on how to take their businesses more further. But a person who has never even seen a smartphone, who doesn't even know how mobile money works, a person who that as soon as you give them smartphone, that's when the people, people who do scams and stuff. If you check on the list, it's all those from all these women, all these young girls who do not know anything about the internet governance, who do not know anything about the digital world. So it's crazy.
Thank you, Matilda, for sharing. There's quite a lot of things that come up. Something that I first picked up on is languages on the internet, but I definitely know that now Swahili is also one of the main languages. And I know that there's people that are doing a lot of work to see that we get more African languages on the internet as a way to improve participation and just getting more people online, because that has also been an impediment. You've talked about digital literacy and the curriculum. And of course, for me, it poses the question of, we've talked about this for years, and of course, in some places it has worked out. Governments have found ways to integrate digitalization in the formal curriculum, but what more can we do beyond formal education as a pathway to digitalization for women? But you also talk about social culture norms. I think as we discuss getting more women online and meaningful participation, I think there's also we can't fail to talk about some of the offline challenges in the communities that we thrive in, which are the social culture norms and the very many gender roles that we've crafted up in our societies and how those impede women. So thank you so much for pointing to those. Amanda, allow me to come to you to talk to us about digital law and rights. So just yesterday, Policy Again and Equality Now convened a side event where we're trying to kind of visualize and see now that the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, has been passed recently, which is the tool that many of you have been able to work on. You did consultations. So I wanted to find out, what are the next steps then? What do we do now that we have the GDC? So Amanda, that's where I want to bring you in. To you tell us probably how does this compact impact the rights of women and girls in digital spaces, and what further actions or commitments should be expected from the various stakeholders that are in the room here? I want to sense that there's government, there's civil society, there's a private sector. What is their role in as much as advancing and seeing that the GDC works for us as a people?
Thank you so much, Philip. So the Global Digital Compact was recently adopted, and there's going to be a process of endorsing the document, both from the government perspective as well as other stakeholders such as civil society and tech companies. But like all policy documents, because the Global Digital Compact is a non-binding document, it's just a policy document that will likely sit within the UN, which has been one of its biggest criticisms. So it's not necessarily a binding document, but it does have objectives that governments that choose to be bound by it would need to adhere to. And some of those objectives would require governments to ask of tech companies and other stakeholders to provide protection, particularly for women and girls and other people that face discrimination. So what are the next steps? Would be endorsing the Global Digital Compact. It will be different governments adopting the Global Digital Compact and essentially choosing to be bound by the objectives of the compact. And that is a process that will likely take a little bit of time. So the question is, if the United Nations has about 193 countries, how many of them are going to adopt the Global Digital Compact? How long is it going to take for the Global Digital Compact to be adopted by all of these countries? Will the country that you come from choose to be bound by the Global Digital Compact? And if they do, what steps or mechanisms are they going to take to be able to meet the objectives within which they have choose to be bound? So those are all extremely very broad questions because there are a number of treaties that countries have signed on to, and the treaty is a legally binding document. They have signed on to that and legally are required to adhere to some of the requirements of those treaties, and to date they don't. So the question is, what power would a non-binding document have on the governments that choose to adhere to it? But good faith would be they are choosing to be bound by it, firstly. Secondly, the governments are already, there are a number of governments, particularly on the African continent, that are already passing laws and policies to protect, I'll talk about mostly women and girls because that's what, that's the panel today. So there are quite a number of governments that are putting in place laws and policies that are somewhat already aligned with the objectives of the Global Digital Compact. So what the Global Digital Compact has just essentially done is to be the first universal document that talks about digital rights. Digital rights are rights because they are human rights online, but there hasn't really been a document that has, said this, except for there was a resolution by the United Nations some years back. Beyond that, we now have the Global Digital Compact that essentially says the same thing. So that is a first step. It's a document that says human rights offline, human rights online, number one. Number two, there's still a number of objectives that governments need to adhere to protect people online, as well as achieve some of the SDGs. What would be next for, I would say, civil society is to advocate for your government. So whatever country you work in, advocate for your government to adopt the Global Digital Compact and to make steps to be able to adhere to the objectives that they're signing on to, as well as have practical policies in place. Bonita raised the issue of implementation. So yes, there may be laws and policies in place, but one of the challenges is implementation. So even if they adopt some laws and policies, how are they going to implement these laws and policies that are aligned to the objectives in the Global Digital Compact? I think it's a very broad question, and it's very difficult to answer in a practical way. But I would say it's an opportunity for civil society on the continent to start to engage with our different governments to work towards a singular goal. There are 5 objectives, so it's working towards those 5 objectives, number one. Number two, it is civil society coming together in the different thematic areas that we work in to be able to have specific asks, firstly, in our different countries, secondly, in our different sub-regions, because our different regions have some contextual differences, and thirdly, as a continent, what are some of the asks that, what are our objectives as the continent? I know we already have our African Digital Compact, but what are some of the asks and objectives that we have for our governments to say, a tech company, we're asking you, when we request takedown of tech-facilitated gender-based violence in Kenya, can that content be taken down? So that is something that tech companies are not doing. So how do we, as a region, leverage our collective power and get tech companies to also start listening and start adhering to some of the requirements? So in the US, they will. Why are they not doing that in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, and everywhere else on the continent? So right now, I would say, as civil society and government, as well as other stakeholders that are in the room on the continent, it is just time to work together to use our collective power and speak as one. I think we all have similar and aligned objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I think you've touched all the questions that I wanted to follow up with really comprehensively. So I have more questions for the people up here, but I don't want to do that until, of course, we get a chance to hear from you. So anyone has anything to contribute to that first round, speaking directly to, Bonita's touched the role of research in terms of visibilizing the challenges that women face. Again, Bonita, of course, the other question that we'll get to later on, if we have a chance, is what is the role of research and data in terms of solving the challenges that we're talking about here? Because another person would say that as a continent, we are over-researched. I mean, there's too much research that comes out, data is available, but then we keep facing the same challenges and not making headway. To some extent, of course, there's work that has been done, but there's that. Matilda speaks about the experiences of young women and girls, proposes formal education as a path to digitalization, but also touches critical issues like languages on the internet, right? But also having to deal with the social culture norms. Amanda definitely at a global level speaks about the GDC, the very first document, a global document to speak about digitalization and position digital rights as human rights, because in the GDC you can see a positioning of the protection of digital rights and data rights as a human right for people to be able to enjoy their life, but also to achieve the SDGs, which are nearing 2030. So I'm bouncing back to the audience. Anyone has a question? Anyone has best practices to share from what we've been discussing so far, or generally on the topic? Yes, over to you, Keith.
Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. I think I must applaud the panelists, for really unpacking this very, very simply, for most of us to just quickly comprehend. Just piggybacking on what everyone has said, I will start off with what Matilda said. I think that is a very, very alive fact, especially for women and girls who are either displaced by, or affected by climate issues. And we can link climate to quite a lot of things, from migration, from a health point of view, even access to SRHR kind of issues and so on and so forth. But also, we must not forget the tons of women from conflict areas. I think these are very volatile and very specific needs, whether we need to look out for this, group of people, because it could happen, to you and I. Today, we would just be enjoying our good life here, but within a turn of a second, we would find ourselves in situations that are similar to those of women in conflict. So I think looking at that, what are some of the opportunities that we see there? I think for the continent, like everybody else is using this as buzzword, emerging technologies, AI, but I see that as a very fundamental opportunity that we can harness in terms of starting to program and building program solutions that are already addressing those barriers, using AI, for example. Just to give an example in context of what I'm talking about, my country has put, majority of government services online. So this means that if my grandmother has, lost her identity card through which she needs to have to access the benefits, we have this benefit for older people, some stipend that are given to them, but she needs to have her ID. For her to go and renew it, she means that she has to go to e-citizen for her to apply this online. If we have somebody from the rural area who's probably a small trader, for them to get their license means that they have to go to this platform for them to be able to process their license. What does that mean? It means two things. It means that even while the government is trying to provide e-government services and ensure that services are closer to the people, it's made the digital divide even wider, and the economic aspect even dire to this group of people. Because what I see my mother doing, for example, she'll play around with WhatsApp, and if I'm not at home, she goes to the next, cyber cafe and say, look, I don't know what has happened. My photo, I can't see it. Try and upload it for me. And the ripple effect is that she's going to be charged for something that are very, very minute. Imagine just changing a profile picture for WhatsApp. because I sent her this picture, I mean, Addis, and she wants it as her profile picture. So she goes to a cyber cafe and she pays as much as 100 shillings, 200 shillings for somebody to just do that. So you see that, there are more disadvantaged economically because of that kind of, divide that we are talking about. So what is the role of AI, in terms of this? I think I was in a room somewhere where somebody was speaking about their grandmother or parent being able to read a local dialect Bible, but they can't quite, comprehend the English one. So that's the role of how I see AI, for example, that can come in, can actually help us translate a lot of content, because internet is primarily English driven, so to speak. But how do we bring that to, our local language, and for me to interact, with the technology through an intermediary that could be an AI, for example. Look at it, and the facets can go on and on and on and on. A rural woman who's not educated, who's living with disability, and in conflict area, these challenges can go on and on and on. But I think primarily we really need to start not just talking, but what can we take home and do as solutions, and start and implement it in our own way, so that next time we come into this kind of platforms is not highlighting these challenges, but almost sharing some of the things that we are already doing, and progress that have been made since the last kind of talk that we've already had. I look around the room and I see a lot of brilliant people who I believe can start working on programming that can end this kind of discussions that we're having. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Keith. You mentioned quite some issues, but I think you've wrapped it up with the issue of languages on the internet. I know there's quite a lot of work that is happening on the continent on building LLMs for, to see that there's more, local languages on the internet. You spoke about digital IDs as a tool for inclusion or exclusion. There's a two side to that. Spoke about climate change, but also how difficult it is, of course, to deal with the issue of the gender digital divide, because as you program for this, there's another category of probably women and girls that you're leaving out. So it's quite a complex thing, but I also like what you've mentioned, that we need to put ourselves in a place where we have conversations on what's happening beyond what is the problem. And that's a disclaimer that I started with, that nothing is unique here. We know the problem, and I would want to hear from the audience more on what are some of the things that are working out, if anyone can. Yes, please go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Halima Nyota and I'm from Kenya as well. And I wanted to applaud the panelists for the insightful contributions from the global, national, and regional context. And of the bigger concern, yes, the discussion around digital governance and AI, it is not a new conversation. And the question we need to be asking ourselves is, why is it a concern of the few and not the larger majority, who most of them are in one way or the other using technology? But the discussion around digital rights, the discussion around digital divide is not making sense in one or the other, or rather it is not a concern. And when I was coming into this room, I kept thinking, I'm trying to think and ask, how best can we intersect this conversation with the daily lives of each and every person? Like for a young person who is going to school, they are going to have themselves registered to sit for the examination. How can they care about the process of registering for their final exams as far as the use of technology is concerned? A person who is going to access healthcare services in a health facility, and the information is going to be keyed into a health system, and going on and on into accessing food and everything like that. So that now the discussion of digital rights, it does not look like it is a foreign concept. It is a conversation of the North and the South you're trying to lean in. And very few people in the South are making contribution or seeing the sense. And the larger majority who are I don't want to call them the victims, who are subjected to the digital divide. It is not a concern, not because they don't care, but because they have other pressing basic human right needs that for them, digital rights will be a privilege and not a prerequisite. And probably as we sit in this room, we need to start looking at working with different movements, with different sector groups, people in their own diversity, so that now we can have this discussion. When you're talking about digital rights, how social movements championing for human rights using digital platforms, how can they bring in their synergy to champion this and make this a daily conversation? How can we have labor unions? How can we have sexual minority groups taking part in this discussion and build a movement across our different regions, across our different countries, to be able to see it as a conversation of the concern, of their concern? And this is something I am pushing forth as we sit in this room, so that we are not 20 of us or 50 of us or 1,000 of us talking about digital rights, but get the whole world speaking about this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. What I'm hearing is how best can we mainstream digital rights and make it a reality, so that maybe that's a pathway that could help us, see more prioritization of, the skilling, connectivity, meaningful connectivity. Something I wanted to mention earlier on, I've seen an organization on the agenda today, and I wanted really to go for their sessions. I think the organization is called AI for Moms. And I was intrigued by what that is. And of course, I did a bit of reading, I think what they're trying to work towards. Please forgive me if I'm misrepresenting what they do. I'm just curious. I think they're trying to see how can AI help moms better, whether it's educating their kids, whether it's chores, whether it's what. And it's an interesting thing. I think that speaks to what Keith was talking about earlier on. Now, let me get back to my panelists. I'm cognizant that there's work that is being done. Amazing work. There's great lessons on the continent that, we can talk about. I know most of the times when we meet in conferences like this, the language is so, nothing is working. But I recognize that all of you and many of you in this room are doing amazing work that is scalable. So let's talk about that for a second. Now, my panelists here, I gave them questions earlier on, but I don't think I've asked any of those questions. Please forgive me. I'm going to start with you. I think I'm going to start with you, Matilda. You run a network or an initiative called the African Girls Can Code. And I think there's another one called She Works in Tech, which are programs that are supposed to get more young women into technical work, to understand coding and etc. Now, that's amazing work. I want myself and the team to understand how has that been, what successes have you registered, and if you had a chance to redo it again, or even to scale it, what would you do better? What would you do differently?
Okay, thank you. First of all, the African Girls Can Code initiative, it's a big initiative. I think it's from the UN. Yeah, so but in Tanzania, it's been run by UN Women. Yeah, so the initiative, it's been great. So I was among of the TOTs that they had trained us first. And then we also went and did other various trainings, as I told you, the women entrepreneurs with the young girls and so on. So it's been amazing. The AGCCI is doing an amazing job, to be honest, really. It's been an amazing job because 99% of the people who I finished with them to the AGCCI session for the previous year, they're all doing amazing jobs. I had one of the friends who also got an award from the president after she managed to share the project on the drones concerning the agricultural thing. Is also I and myself, like 8 people from the AGCCI. Yeah, so the She Works intake is new. It's for me and other girls that we attended the AGCCI. It's new. We're just starting. It's we're on the pilot stages right now with the young girls and the kids. Also, the generation involved, it's engaged in various ways. We have women in STEM. We have green aviation. We have the aviation itself. We have like so many other things. It's been amazing. But then, of course, there've been a lot of setbacks because the only people who are able to access the training, it's only us. First of all, the application is always posted on Twitter, you'll never find it. So you need to have a Twitter account for you to access that particular opportunity, which most of the young girls, young boys do not engage themselves mostly in Twitter. If it would have been Instagram or whatever, it would have been better. That's one. And you also need to know how to read and write and to use a computer, because you had to download the form, fill it, then scan it, send it again. Then after the first selection, the second selection, you send your IDs and stuff. So, and all that is in English. And also, so the inclusion of the young girls in rural areas, it was limited. And a language barrier also, because if you cannot understand English, then there is no way you're going to understand the training. Because what they do, the African Girls Can Code initiatives, they train us, and after there, like, we get other projects, and like they train the TOTs, the trainers of the trainers. So for example, this other coming cohort, we who were trained before are the ones who are supposed to go and train now. So if you did not understand clearly, how are you going to do that? Yeah, and we don't want it to be something that only the kids in urban areas can engage with. Also, we do not have inclusion of any people from the, let's say, people with disabilities. I mean, we had, no, we did not have. We did not have. We had the people with disabilities in the Connected African Girls, which, okay, so the people with disabilities were with them, there were 10. I remember we were 100 young girls. So 90 of us are fully able, 10 are disabled. But the presentation was being presented on the projector, so you needed to see for you to understand. So we had people who could not see, people who could not speak, who cannot speak, who cannot see, and we were with them together in the same room. So it's just not fair. Yeah, it's just not fair. And after that, we took the pictures, and it was all over the social media. But I'm pretty sure we did not do any particular change in that situation, because I'm pretty sure they did not get anything. So we have like several setbacks, but engaging also with the PAYAG, it's an amazing, the Pan-African Youth Ambassador for Internet Governance. We get to teach we get to facilitate and teach and learn about the internet governance in 5 languages. So currently we do it in Arabic, in Swahili, English, in French, and Portuguese. Yeah, and Portuguese. So it's great. For that way, it's easy to penetrate to other.
Thank you, Matilda. That's an amazing response. I think one thing that I pick out, I think that all of us should pay attention to, is inclusion. You talk about the differently able people that are part of the project or the program that you are doing. And of course, it reminds me a reality that all of us should appreciate, that there's many of us that do programming, and then we use inclusion as just a card. We're not intentional about programming for persons with disabilities, which I think is also, a key thing, a key impediment when it comes to getting more people on the internet, whether women and girls, or even males and boys. So Amanda, let me move to you as we do the last round, and then we should be able to take more questions or more contributions, and we should get the way forward from here. So Amanda, tomorrow, Friday, we do have, of course, another session that I want to interest many people in this room, which is From Principles to Action, Shaping the Future for Feminist Informed Digital Rights. Amanda, what does From Principles to Action exactly mean, right? Is this something that, the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, Audrey, that you run as Equality Now, are interested in, and what exactly are you doing about it, that we should be able to move from theory to practice? But also, if you could cite for me, maybe projects and networks or programs that have actually worked as part of the Audrey network that you think could even be replicated, and some best practices that we would appreciate.
I have a lot of answers to that question, so I'll try keep it brief. So from principles to action, it is essentially how do we make sure that the Global Digital Compact does not become a dusty document on the shelves of the UN? How do we make it actionable? So how do we ensure that the governments are adhering to the objectives that they want to be bound by? And the reason why this was something that was important to us as Equality Now is because we use laws and policies as the bedrock for us to be able to achieve change. Because we see that laws will bring about change, particularly in different communities. I'll give an example. One of our programs as Equality Now is around legal equality, and we really work on trying to ensure that women in different countries are able to pass on their nationality to their children. You'll find that there are quite a number of countries around the world where a woman cannot pass her nationality to a child. So it means that if that is a single mother and the father of that child refuses to sign the birth certificate, that means that that child would not be able to gain his or her mother's nationality. And one of the things that we've been doing is working with governments that don't have those specific laws to revoke those laws and bring about that change. So for us, laws they are just a start. So what we want to do with the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, Audrey, is to bring civil society around the world together. But it's not just civil society around the world, it's civil society in different regions. So for example, on the African continent, what are some of the actionable things that could be done on the continent that will bring the principles that are in the Global Digital Compact to life? So we've heard a lot of talk about language, and I definitely am very passionate about that, because I feel you can give devices to people, but those devices are designed in English. That is the first thing. But if you go to Asia, in China, those devices are designed in Chinese. You go to South Korea, they are in their own language. So we cannot talk about let's empower girls to code, but the devices we're giving them are designed in English. So how do we then work with Matilda? How do we ensure that the devices that we're even getting are in languages that the constituents that you are working with are able to understand? So that is something that is tangible. But the only way we will know that is by working as a coalition and having coalition members saying, in Tanzania, this is the issue. This is one tangible thing that we would want to do. In Zimbabwe, this is one of the tangible things. So in Zimbabwe, it's a multi-currency country. Cash is a problem. What is the one tangible thing that you can do in Zimbabwe to ensure that, yes, I do not have cash. Yes, we're using multiple currencies, but this is how I, as a trader who's operating in the informal sector, is able to receive cash. This is how I, as an informal trader, am able to be banked. So those are some of the things that we want to be able to reach. But as one organization, as Equality Now, we cannot do that. We can work on laws and policies, but that's not the entire ecosystem. You can change domestic violence laws, but domestic violence is still an issue. So that is why we started the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, to ensure that we're able to bring in as many coalition members that are already doing the work on the ground, and we empower each other. Firstly, we're empowering each other. Secondly, we're amplifying from national level to regional level. And thirdly, we're amplifying from regional level to global level. We're not always able to go to the UN to bring our issues to the forefront, but a few of us can be able to do that. And if we're able to do that, then that means that our issues are also amplified. And when it comes to the online space, we're able then to speak to the tech companies as a singular voice. So that is what we're trying to do with with Audrey. That is something that we'll be talking about on Friday. So I hope that all of you will join us both in the room as well as online. And please do join Audrey, a shameless plug. Please join Audrey and let us make sure that the Global Digital Compact is not a dusty document on the shelves of the UN. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Amanda, that will be $40 for the advert, but let's move on. So Bonita, here is another unscripted question to you that we didn't plan. I probably know the answer you're going to give to this, but Bonita and myself have worked together for quite some time, and sometimes I even know the responses that you're going to give to certain things. But you're a researcher, right? The work that you do centers data and evidence-based, maybe policy making, but data mainly. When we're talking about the conversation of a safe and joyful internet, because now we are past connecting women, it shouldn't be just about connecting women, because we have connected some that we are able to connect, whether that's government and there are very many players that are in the space. And now we're talking about a safe and joyful internet, whatever that means to you, because we believe that anyone should be able to get on the internet now that it is part of our daily lives, and it should work for them. It should bring them joy as opposed to working against them. Anyway, the question, Bonita, here is, and earlier on I mentioned that we are an over-researched continent, that there's a lot of data that is collected by both African organizations and international organizations, only for that data to sit somewhere and we never see anything coming out of it. But then we know the power of data. We know what data can do. So speak to us about that. What is the role of data in all these things? I mean, when someone says we have multitudes of data, we have a lot of data, should we stop collecting data and work?
Thank you so much, Philip. So I was actually eager to speak about what you said, that we are over-researched as a continent. So I think it's not true that we are over-researched, but the research is done wrongly. That is what I can say. So the research is done wrongly. Who is doing the research? What is the motive? What is the end goal? How are they doing the research? How are they collecting the data? What models and approaches are they using in the research? That is why at the end of the day, they collect data and they find they cannot use the data. And then they pack it somewhere, and then they come back and collect another data. It is because they did not design the research in the right way. You will find that, and I have seen very many civil society organizations, for instance, getting out and collecting data, quantitative data, the numbers on 25 people, and then they are generalizing, they are making conclusions on a whole country, and they are saying, oh, so all women and girls, they do not have this facility. But their research was only on 25 people, And so it goes back to, how do we do the research? What models are we using? Are we using models that focus on the needs of these people that we are talking about? For instance, there is the human-centered design model, which focuses on uncovering the needs of a certain category. So if you're focusing on women, are you involving women in the project right from the start? The human-centered design, for instance, requires that you involve the beneficiaries of the project right from the project design, because they will help you to design the project in a way that focuses on their needs. The questions that you will ask, the objectives of the research, the findings, how they will be designed, the interventions and everything. It will be focusing on addressing their needs. It will be focusing on uncovering the irregularities, the injustices, the discriminations, the discrepancies, it will address them. So and it's not like in bringing a whole village of women and girls to the project. No, they have representatives. If it is a government project, there are civil society organizations that work with these grassroots categories of marginalized, and it's mostly with marginalized categories of people. Matilda was talking about persons with disabilities, and also the youth. So if you wanted to advertise the application for these fellowships or the trainings, why wouldn't you first of all do like a needs assessment and understand where you're going to advertise? Because if you go to Twitter, and many people from our research, we have seen that many people, for instance, consider Twitter as a space for corporate people. So you will miss the target population if you put your advert on Twitter. They are mostly, the other population you're targeting is on Instagram, is on TikTok. So if you did a needs assessment, then you will be able to understand that. If you did a needs assessment, you would be able to understand that actually there are persons with disabilities who are interested in the fellowship or the project or the training, but also bringing in the aspect of intersectionality in the research, using looking at intersecting identities of different categories, you will be able to know that, yes, there are persons with disabilities that are interested in the program, but also you go ahead to understand their different disabilities. You know, you will get to know that, oh, there are those who cannot see, those who cannot hear, those who are not able to do this, and so on and so forth. So research, it depends on how you are doing it. What models are you using? Who are you involving in data collection? What is the language of the research, you know, that you are using? Is it a language that the interviewees will be able to understand? Or it's a language that they do not understand? But also, when you collect the data, how do you present the data? Do you keep the data aggregated, or you disaggregate the data? And disaggregating the data does not only stop at male, female, and we end there, urban, we end there. You need to go deep into using the intersecting identities. Look at gender. If you're saying male and female, but look at the female that you're talking about. They can be women who have been to school, those who have not been to school, women in the rural area, women who are, you know, like all those are different identifying characteristics. So we have done research a lot. Yes, it has been done across the African countries, but how are we doing it? How are we presenting the data? Who is also doing the research? You'll find that, for instance, there is a project about women and girls using of digital technology, but you'll find it is only the men designing the data, the research from the beginning. They are also involved in data collection, or they bring on a few women on board. They are the ones doing the data analysis, and they are the ones presenting the findings. Where are the women? What happened? So we need to change the way we are doing the research, and then our research will be impactful. And then we'll also be able to focus on interventions that really speak to the needs of our people, especially the marginalized categories, women and girls, persons with disabilities, women in the refugee areas, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Are you disputing my role here? Something, but thank you so much. That was amazing. You talk about the role of data in ending digital injustices, but also talking about the human-centered design. You know, as we collect data about these issues, we have 4 minutes left. I just want to give one chance to just one person in the audience to. Yes, please. Over to you, Sanya.
Thank you so much, Philip and the panel. I think my question was supposed to come in the first round of asking questions. One of the issues that always crosses my mind when we talk about equality of digital rights and usage and connectivity is gender disinformation. So basically, gender disinformation is information or misleading information that is spread on the online platforms to basically harass or silence women. So my question there is, are there specific regulations that have been done by Equality Now to address this issue? Because at the end of the day, you know, even if we connect women to the internet and have access to it, these issues are still going to come up. So are there regulations to this issue, and how can they be improved? Thank you, Philip.
Thank you for that question. Speaks to regulation of Amanda, do you want to take that one? I know that you don't work on policies, but please point us to anything that you have.
Okay, so yeah, it's a little challenging to answer off the cuff, but would it be on the continent? Can I just ask? You're asking specifically on the continent or in general?
On the continent.
Ooh, tough question. On the continent, I think, firstly, I would just want to say, when it comes to laws and policies, there are quite a number of laws and policies that apply or were drafted to be to be in effect offline that can be applied online. So that's always a starting point to, do you have those laws? And I think there are quite a number of laws that could generally be applied in a number of countries. I'll use South Africa and Kenya as two examples, because I think when it comes to legislation, and Ethiopia, when it comes to legislation, there are quite a number of laws around mis and disinformation that could definitely be applied. I know Ethiopia and Kenya worked particularly around hate speech, and going into mis and disinformation around hate speech, and they were laws that were enacted particularly in Ethiopia. Kenya were using existing laws. So the short answer is yes, but as a lawyer, I'll say it depends. It depends how you are then applying that law, and it depends the specific situation. So now the challenge with online then becomes, what exactly happened? What are the circumstances of the specific case, and can those specific laws be applied? Have the laws kept to pace with mis and disinformation, particularly around AI generated mis and disinformation? Not necessarily. Are they specific to particularly gender disinformation? They're not nuanced enough. Usually, as Bonita mentioned, our laws, unless they are specific towards gender or women, laws tend to be gender neutral, and because of that, they tend to also miss the nuances of the challenges that women at their different intersections face, and particularly around mis and disinformation. So yes, but it would also depend. So largely, I would say no, because laws and policies just have not kept pace. And the other question is, should they keep pace, and how do they keep pace? And I think that's something that a number of countries, and I would say South Africa, Kenya, are definitely working on a number of laws that could be applied. And it's also just around the implementation of those laws.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It is 16:30 on the dot, and we're supposed to be out of here. I want to thank you so much, everyone that has been part of this conversation on advancing equitable digital futures through the Afrofeminist Internet Scorecard. And we've been discussing pathways to, making sure that we get or we have a safe and joyful internet for African women. I hope that there's been a thing or two that you've been able to pick up. And feel free to side chat the panelists or myself if you would want to engage more. Thanks for coming to our TED. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session. We are going to have the next panel of the program. So, our session is entitled "Community Network as Solutions to as Infrastructure Solutions to bringing bridging the connectivity divide and connecting the connected in Africa." So, in this session, we are going to examine community networks as solution for Africa when it comes to the digitalization and the infrastructure. And the idea is really to see how we can use innovative solutions to connect the unconnected. With me on this panel, I have Mr. Michuki Mwagi from the Internet Society. I'm going to give him the floor so he can present himself first and what he does, what his work before we start.
Thank you, Atanas. Good evening, everyone, and good day for all of those watching remotely. My name is Michuki Mwangi. I'm the Distinguished Technologist for Internet Growth at the Internet Society. I oversee a portfolio of projects that are looking to extend connectivity to those who need it the most. And that includes the work that we do on community-centered connectivity, which looks at deploying complementary access solutions like community networks to those in rural, remote, and underserved areas.
Thank you so much, Michuki. Here with me, we have Madam Millennium Anthony. Please present yourself and what you do.
Good evening. My name is Millennium Anthony. I am from Tanzania, and I'm the coordinator for the Youth Internet Governance Forum in Tanzania. And I am also an ITU Generation Connect Youth Envoy. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much. With us online, we have Engineer Alphonse. Engineer Alphonse, if you can unmute yourself and present, please. I think we've lost Alphonse is trying to reconnect. We are going to start. There is one more interview. Okay. Oh, good. So I was saying, please, Engineer Alphonse, can you please present yourself to our panel?
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for confirming. Good afternoon or good evening from Kenya. My name is Alfonso Odhiambo. I am the current serving president of Internet Society Kenya chapter. I'm also championing the community networks projects in Kenya under ISO Kenya. And I'm glad to be here to share the insights and also to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Alphonse. With us, we have Honorable Safari Ayubankira, who is a member of parliament from the DRC. First of all, thank you so much, Honorable. He was in another session and he just left to come and speak with us. Honorable Safari, if you can introduce yourself to our audience, please.
Hello, this is Honorable Safari. I'm a member of the Parliament in DRC and a member of the Telecommunication Subcommittee. And I came from a rural area. Thank you very much. And also a member of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance.
Thank you so much. Very good. So we are well set. Now we are going to enter in the deep of our question. So just a quick question to the audience. anyone who knows about community network? Who wants to tell us what is community network on his understanding? Anyone? Oh, great. So we are going to enjoy, since we have Michuki here, who is a very experienced expert who is going to explain it very well to us. So by the end of the session, you all will be experts in that matter. I hope so. I'm going to pass the floor to Michuki. Can you please, sir, tell us about community networks? What are they, and how are they solutions to the infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you, Atanas. Good afternoon, good day to you all again. Well, Atanas has set a very high expectation of my presentation. I don't know how much time you want me to use, because it's a conversation we can have for the whole day, but I'm hoping that I can just use a few minutes to talk through this, and hopefully you'll get a high level understanding of what is community networks. So let's first start with the challenge that will help us frame what are community networks. And the challenge or the connectivity challenge that exists is that there are still more than 2.6 billion people that are not connected to the internet. And yet we know the value that the internet brings to everyone in terms of the value it brings to improving the quality of life, enabling people to have better experiences with respect to the way they live, they work, play, and also just being a force for good. And so that is something that they're missing on. Yet at the same time, and when we look at what's happening around the world, during the COVID period, there was a period when internet growth was actually, I'll say, accelerating, because during the shutdowns, the only way to get to communicate was through connectivity. So there is a period where we did see acceleration in the number of people getting connected. But post-COVID, what we've seen is that the speed of getting more people, that acceleration has actually dipped, and more people are not coming online as would have been expected. And the reason that this is the case is because the traditional models for getting people connected cannot get to this remaining group of people who are yet to be connected, because they live in rural, remote, and underserved areas where the business models that are used to connect people in urban areas do not find it sustainable, or they're not able to meet, I'll say, the profit margins that are required to operate sustainably in those areas. And so that means we need to look at alternative ways of getting people connected. And so the solution on community networks is basically focused at looking at those people in those communities which are remote, rural, and underserved, and how we can empower them to build connectivity solutions that would work for them. So they are owned, operated, and operated by and for the community. And so these are complementary access solutions. The reason we say complementary is because they're not there to replace the traditional ways of getting people connected. We are a complementary way or approach to get people connected. And it's also there to enable or foster the empowerment of people in communities. And an example I like using, which is probably familiar to some of us coming from Africa, is the fact that not all of us have piped water in our homes, especially when you go to the rural areas. We don't have piped water. So what happens, and the governments or the authorities that are responsible for delivering water have not been able to do so. And so what do those communities do? Most of them come together. They establish a cooperative or community initiative that they use to drill a borehole. So they go and find donor funding. and other support to get to drill the borehole, use solar systems and get the pumps to pump water from the borehole using solar and put it over overhead tanks. And then every person contributes to have the pipes from that borehole all the way to their residential homes. And so they can actually now get piped water from that borehole. And they contribute on a monthly basis based on their consumption. And that's how a lot of communities have ended up being able to have piped water, clean water, but also not just for the fact that they have piped water, but they've also been able to enrich their lives, because with piped water, they can actually do more with it compared to when they were going to the river or having to, wait for the rains to harvest water. So they're able to do farming with the water, basically plant some crops, put animals, cows, goats and chicken and all that, and they can then use sell the produce from that small scale or medium scale farming to generate additional income, which then basically improves the quality of life, because now they have additional income to everything else that they were doing. So when we look at community networks, we're looking at it from the same lens, where if you empower communities to have the knowledge of connecting themselves, then they can use the same approach to get connectivity to the community, and they can reap the rewards of using the internet to enrich their lives by generating and sort of enhancing their productivity, increasing the income that they have, increasing or complementing the education that their children are having, and so on, which leads to a better overall livelihood that they have. So I'm sure the question then will be, what does it take to actually run a community network? I would look at it in 3 phases. The first one is you need to go and mobilize the community and tell them, well, this is why you need a community network, or why we think you need a community network, but get them to actually appreciate the value of having the connectivity, not more around what you think they can do, but what they think the connectivity can do for them. Get them to have that buy-in and ownership of the community network, and also understand where do they get the financing to actually build this community network. In addition to that, then you'll need to talk to them about the actual deployment of the network. How will it work? Do they have the technical knowledge? So if they don't, they'll need to get that technical knowledge. They'll also need to talk to the policymakers and regulators in the country to understand, is there a license or what are the regulation or compliance that they need to have to be able to run that network? Then finally, they also need to understand, how do they run this network sustainably? What are they going to do in terms of how are they going to charge to be able to generate revenue to sustain the network from the community? So I use the example of water, how we pay on a monthly basis to sustain that, so that when the pump fails or a solar panel breaks or you need to do something else, you are able to continue to sustain that operation. So again, with the community network, it will be the same conversation that is had to agree what will be the best rate to charge based on the cost of running that network. So they need to come with an innovative way to bring connectivity and a charging model, what kind of services they are going to offer, and how they are going to grow and scale that network. So once they have that understanding, then they're going to look at how they're going to deploy. Now, if you're able to see the slides there, you will see how we split up the community network, where you have the internet, you have the backhaul section, which basically brings the connectivity, and then the middle mile, which is where you extend the network closer to where the users are within the community, and then there is the access component. Of course, this is it's a way you can actually deploy, and we've deployed a number of community networks, supported them in using this design. But community networks tend to be technology agnostic, meaning that depending on the topography, the licensing, and other circumstances,
various technologies can be used. So you can think of using low Earth orbit satellites to address the backhaul issue. You can use fiber to bring connectivity to communities, and we've seen some that have actually used fiber, can use wireless technologies. We've even seen some using LTE technology to bring access to the people in the community. So it's technology agnostic. It's a question of looking at what is permissible from a regulatory and policy perspective, how much funding they have, the topology, and where the people are. At the Internet Society, we've been working to support community networks for some time now, and our focus has been in supporting through the deployments. We provide grants to community networks so that they can use the grants for that initial deployment. We also provide capacity building where we enable the communities to have the capacity to understand the technical knowledge of building and operating that community network. And we also work in policy advocacy, where we work very closely with policymakers, regulators, and also communities to have that engagement with the policymakers at the national level so that they can create an enabling environment that recognizes and supports the establishment and growth of community networks. And so we do this in many ways, providing grants. We have a toolkit that we've been working on, and to support the community networks to have that information. And over the years, we've supported about over 60 community networks just since 2020, just going back the last 5 years in community networks to deploy their community networks. And we do track how they are growing, whether they are sustainable, what bandwidth or capacity they are using for their backhaul, how many households and users they connect to, and so on. So we do track their progress and their growth to make sure that we understand the current challenges that they face, what are the interventions we can make to help them address those challenges that they are facing, and so on. One of the things that, for instance, that has come to our attention is that, the capacity, the knowledge that they have. For instance, when engineers, we train an engineer at the community network level, and they become really good, they do get poached, if I could use that word, to the urban centers to go and work for the larger operators who are paying better than what the community network may be able to afford. So that is a challenge that we are facing. So we need to increase the pool of experts within the community who can actually build, run, and operate the network. So that's a real challenge. And so we continue to have our courses available online for free so that the community network can continue bringing more people to use, to pick up the courses, and also put them in contact with other community networks where they can share knowledge and experience to solve some of the issues that they face. And we do train a number of people. On the advocacy side, we have been engaging on policy advocacy for some time to make sure that by the time we're talking at the national level, there is an understanding of what community networks is. So the work that we've done, and this is for us in a strategic way, is to make sure that we have the language that recognizes community networks at global level. So when you go to the ITU, WTDC, WTSA, there are various texts that have been adopted that recognize community networks as a complementary access solution for connecting the unconnected. We've had similar conversations at the African Union level, where that language of recognizing community networks as complementary access solutions as well. Then we've come in at the regional level, where we've had conversations with ATU and other regulatory associations and policymaker organizations like CRASA. We are working with Smart Africa and others, so that there is awareness about community networks.
so that when we come to the national level and we start engaging policymakers and regulators, we can reference the texts that exist at ITU, we can reference the texts that exist at African Union and other policymaking organizations and policymaking levels to show that this is not something foreign. This is actually something that has been discussed and agreed upon at higher levels. And so it's a high time that at the national level, they should consider and adapt creating the relevant policy frameworks and regulatory frameworks to recognize community networks. I'm sure you may be wondering why this is important. As a community network, as you may have seen in the earlier diagram, you do need to get access to backhaul. Now, when you want to get access to backhaul, you have to go to the licensed operators and to negotiate and have conversation with them to get access to backhaul. Now, if you're not recognized in any way, the first question is, who are you? And why would you want to pressure rate to go and connect others? So they will need to have that conversation. So that fact of being recognized by regulation and policy means that it puts community networks in a position to actually go and have conversations with policymakers and regulators around, yes, can you give us preferential access because we are trying to extend connectivity to places you may not be able to go to. When it comes to issue of accessing spectrum, for instance, how do you access spectrum if you're not licensed or recognized at a policy and regulatory level, especially when you may want to use spectrum that falls under that requires licensing. So all those are factors that do require that there is a recognition of community networks in the framework, in the policy frameworks, so that they can access the resources that they need to build and operate. At the same time, some community networks may need financing. So how do you get financed if you don't exist within a legal or regulatory framework and recognized within that? So it becomes harder for financing institutions to be able to extend that financial support. So those are key things. And for that, we are working. We've realized that there is a challenge in supporting in the existing policy framework. So we want to develop tools that enable communities and individuals that are working to support community networks at national level to have the resources, and I'll call it a toolkit for of a better description that they can use at the national level. So I'll take this opportunity to invite you to a session we'll be holding tomorrow evening in the afternoon, actually, where we want to get feedback around what are the resources that will be valuable to you to help empower you to have that ability to advocate for an enabling environment locally at the national level, to have that regulatory and policy framework in place. So that's something that will be really keen to hear your feedback, and I'd use this opportunity to extend that invite. So overall, we've done quite a bit of engagement, and as I mentioned, at various levels, and we are seeing the success of that, where a couple of countries are now trying to transform the regional and global policies into national policies. So a few countries like Kenya, here just focusing in Africa, for instance, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Uganda, South Africa do have a framework that actually recognizes and licenses community networks. And we'd like to see more countries taking a similar step, because then it will make it easier for us to support the establishment of community networks across the region. So finally, and to conclude, part of the creating awareness is about talking about the success stories that we have. And so we are very keen to share the success stories. I'm glad to see my brother Alphonse here to talk about what they have been doing in Kenya with community networks, because I think they are really useful lessons that we can draw from Kenya. There are quite a number of community networks now, I think upwards of 19 licensed and operating. it's a sustainable model, so they're able to show that they are sustainable, because through these kind of success stories is when we can demonstrate that this is not one of those theoretical good exercises to talk about, but it actually is practical and it's working and bridging the digital divide across the country. But also there are good examples in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Uganda that we all know of, including DRC, that we can actually look to and see how they've managed to become not just mobilizing the community, but also becoming sustainable. So thank you very much for that. I hope I've kept within the time, and happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michuki. A round of applause for Michuki, please. Very interesting and insightful presentation. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Alphonse with us online. He has been he managed to run technically more than one community networks in Kenya, and a model that is sustainable now. So I wanted to know, Alphonse, what are the opportunities that you are having in Kenya when it comes to deploying these community networks, and also what are the challenges you are facing in the deployment of these programs technically? Alphonse, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to thank my senior Michuki for the elaborate presentation. I think he has touched a lot of topics or areas where I thought would be of interest. But again, as he had said in his presentation, community networks really look at the community as the major player. So what does that mean? It means that it also comes with a lot of diversity and a lot of challenges, just like any other, a program that you can bring into the community. But one thing that I must bring to your attention is that community networks still has a wide range of opportunities that anyone can still tap into. We've seen from the record that nearly 2.6 billion is still offline. And these are not just numbers, these are people, these are family members, these are communities, these are people who really need financial inclusion, they need health services, they need any other services that other people who have been privileged to have access are already accessing. So it is us, the community champions, so to say, to make sure that we bridge this gap. Because imagine you are in a community where, for example, someone cannot access financial services, maybe until they get to a town or a place where at least there is access. So there is a lot of disadvantages that we see. So what again comes with this? I want to thank ISOC Foundation for the support that they have given us, especially to Kenya community networks, to build infrastructure, which is one step. The other step is to build an ecosystem of support where, we have services that can help communities to leverage and change their daily lives. If you get into a community where farming is the major activity, how do we use internet to activate their agriculture, to make it better, to access market, to access other services? And that is something that is still missing. We need to, build capacity for locals, because otherwise it will be like we are building a highway in a place where no one owns a vehicle and we expect that highway to be used. So the first thing, yes, we have an idea of building an highway, but now do we have our communities owning these vehicles, or can sustainably use the vehicles to maybe run on the highway? So one thing that is still missing and it will be an opportunity, it could be a challenge, is access to localized information. I've counted a number of scenarios where I get to a community and one thing you experience is a language barrier. Someone cannot really access the internet just because they cannot, speak in English or access the internet, tools because of that kind of barrier. They cannot interpret or comprehend the information on the internet ecosystem. So it calls us to go beyond that connectivity. Look at the areas like, can someone really use this infrastructure in a more meaningful way? Can they access educational materials? Can they access financial materials or tools? Can they be able to confidently say, I'm using the internet? There are some communities that even the Wi-Fi, the word Wi-Fi is a challenge, it is like a jargon to them. What is it? So me, as someone who has been in the local community networks, I believe, and I think it is a call to action for all of us to start thinking and looking at the models that can enhance the utilization of the infrastructure that we are building. And how can we do that? Maybe looking into localized resources, even if it means translating, because if you look at some of the information that we have, it is either in English or Kiswahili, or probably translated to French and any other language, but not the community language that they can easily access and relate with. So that is an area that we really need to do a lot of things. It is a challenge, and it requires a lot of resources to train communities to a point where they feel confident to go online. And the other thing that comes with connectivity as a challenge, and it's also an opportunity for us to look at, is the security as in the angle of cyberspace. Of course, we are connecting them, but again, remember, we are exposing them to cyber threats. So we have not done well in the part of cybersecurity awareness, and this cuts across from both adults and children. People, kids get introduced to this internet, sometimes blindly, because the parents are not that much informed and they do not really have enough understanding of how to utilize or engage online meaningfully and safely without getting into cyber crimes or any other things. So then you can imagine about now the kids, and it is like, I normally say it is like cooking chapati and giving it to locals during Christmas Day. Everyone will start eating even before washing their hands. So the same thing happens. There is that urge of internet is here. Let us get online, but we have a lot of challenges that comes with this. So it is a challenge to us, and it is an opportunity to start looking at which ways or which models can we introduce in our communities to ensure that as much as we are connecting the bigger half, we are also making sure that they are being onboarded onto the internet safely, and they know the dangers and the benefits. The other thing is on the financial that I think Michuki has said. When we start these community networks, probably it's a few people that have that vision and the passion that drives them to connect their locals. But it reaches a point where the financial constraints hit you. Remember, this is an telecommunication infrastructure, and there is no subsidies for community network equipment. There is no shop you'll go and say, I'm running a community network. I need a radio, so give me at a lower cost because I'm not doing it for profit. The cost is constant for either you are for commercial or for, not for profit. And therefore, at that point, we feel a little bit constrained because you are not expecting much from the community, but you are really spending a lot on building the infrastructure. So initial capital or CapEx is really high, and it is through the support of ISOC Foundation, we'll be able to establish a few, but we really need to look at the sustainability on the long term. And at this point, again, I'll maybe challenge scholars and academia to start doing a lot of research to understand at what level do we say a community network is breaking even and can be fully sustainable in terms of network, in terms of staff, in terms of services, to a point where we can really stand alone and also try to be an anchor organization for other small organizations or smaller community networks to come up. It is something that I'm throwing back to the audience to see where best we can be able to leverage, because there is a cost that communities can bear. It is not a lot, and there is also a cost that really needs to be extended outside. The other thing is the aspect of policy and governance. I know some countries have not reached a point where they have a community networks license framework. Thanks to ISOC, this is something that we have in Kenya. But again, we also need to continue lobbying to see how best can we get into things like universal access funds, so that again, we can have some subsidies or some support from the local government. Therefore, we can be able to, leverage on that. And probably it should also be in a way of maybe sharing other infrastructure that already exists, because I think for Kenya, we have a fiber optic running across several counties. So what will we need as a community network champions or people who are pushing for community networks to lobby and ensure that at least the government can really, at some point, help us carry the burden by maybe giving us the access to the backhaul or middle mile fiber, and then from there we can be able to connect the unconnected. So that is maybe briefly what I can say. And in case there is any question, please feel free.
Thank you so much, Engineer Alphonse. Very insightful from the experience you've got to live in Kenya. I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Safari to explain us a bit how can we put in place legislations that support the development of community networks, and maybe create special licenses that are affordable for people operating community networks. Honorable, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks. Sorry first because I was late. I was part of the parliamentary track, and I will have to go back there soon. But first of all, the community network, something that don't only help to reduce the digital divide, but it's also add some value. Value in terms of local content. There's more local content in those kind of community and network. But as my friend here on my right say, you cannot get something if you are not recognized as a special entity. So legally, the community network should be recognized as it. And once they are recognized as them, they can have a special a policy apply on them in terms of regulation, in terms of licensing, in terms of pricing. And it's good to know that in Kenya they have a special license for community and network. It's something that is lacking in many countries. They are just managed like normal operator, and the license for telecom operator, they are somehow very high, price that those rural community they are not able to support. But legally, there's no way for the government or the regulator to give them some some kind of privilege because they don't have a special identity. So the first step as a policymaker is to make sure that those community network that are recognized as it is and get support legally in terms of regulation, in terms of licensing, but also get the support, the financial support. Mr. Alphonse from Kenya have just speak about to get access to the Universal Service Fund. That's one of the things that can help, because the objective or the target of those funds is to also bring coverage, bring internet in those area where the traditional telecom operator are not able to cover. And that's one of the work that the community network do. I think something we have to work on it, and I will be very grateful if I can get some input from maybe ISOC or from Kenya to share their experience and see if we can replicate the same thing on our side. It's something that sometimes we don't do a work because we presume that it will not be a possible, but maybe if we bring it on the table, I think many of the government or the parliament, they are ready to support those kind of licensing, a special right for the community and network, as many of as like in Congo, most of we can say more than 80% of the member of the parliament, they came from those rural areas who are lacking internet. So it can be one of the things we can work on it. And I'll be very grateful if I can get some insight on those, how it was done in Kenya, and what maybe a part of that, if there was other plan, even if they are not yet implemented in Kenya, we can try it in other place. So I'm very grateful to be part of this panel, but also very sorry that my time was too short. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Safari. And very important to hear from you that there is a will from parliamentarians to facilitate the regulations and the legislation processes so we can have them replicated. And good thing is that you are part of the APNIC, which is the whole African Parliamentarian Network. So I think which is kind of a trampoline that will help not only the DRC, but also other parliamentarians in that network to leverage on this and try to see if we can push for more community networks in Africa. I'm going to give the floor to Madam Millennium here, close to me. So quickly, community networks are in the rural areas, and in the rural areas, people manages the businesses are most often women. They're the one who manages whether it's agriculture or trade and all that. So I wanted to know, what do you think can be the advantages the community network brings to women in those areas they are deployed in?
Thank you very much, Atanas. Just for the record, my name is Millennium. Yeah, and so for the past few years, I've been working with different initiatives that including the Youth Internet Governance Forum Tanzania, but also I've been running different programs for young girls and women, especially on the issues of digital literacy, on how they can utilize the online resources to earn income, but also gain knowledge on different things. But I was facing challenge. I know to some extent I was getting support with like the universities. So I would get some venues sometimes, like to do the programs. But then for some places, let's say if you're organizing these training sessions in like areas which are outside the capital let's say, of Tanzania, it was really hard for me to do it because there are no places for me to hold these training programs and all that. So having heard how all the panelists, they have really said how these community networks are really important. And I think for me, in terms of like, let's say for the case of Tanzania, I know only two, I think, community networks. I know the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Project, which is currently running in Dar es Salaam, Kigamboni, Dar es Salaam. And I know the other one is running in one of the rural areas in Kondoa. But at some point, what I noticed, let's say, for example, for the community network in Dar es Salaam, there was a very minimum involvement of women. And I think at some point they don't really know, either they are threatened with these spaces or they don't have information of where they can find all these networks and all that. But I know once we have all these networks in different locations within the country or in the continent, we're going to provide a very good opportunity for women and girls to flourish in all these areas. So I think for me, one of the key roles that the community networks offers is bridging digital divide. For the case of the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Project, I know there are different STEM projects, STEM programs that are done for young girls. So the space offers a platform for young girls to learn. They do the e-learning courses from Indian society and all that. But also, so speaking of digital divide, the e-learning, so these platforms also offer education and skill development, as I said, but also economic opportunities. So I've seen some of the women that I've seen, they go to those places, they're able to see and learn about online marketing, how they can now transform their businesses and do them online, the e-commerce and all that. And others, I think at some point, there's just this lower engagement of women in the civic engagement. I believe community networks, once they are fully utilized, they'll help young women and girls to have a fully engage in civic engagement issues. They can contribute in discussions, they can learn online, they can see how things are running in different countries or different places. Yeah, but then I feel like there's still a lot of more work to do, especially with advocacy, making the community and all the marginalized groups to know all these opportunities that community networks can offer. But also, I think we also need, when it comes to all these networks, I think we also need to consider like areas, engage people. Like we should use the human-centered approach. I think one of the things that a lot of projects or initiatives have been failing is that people just try to come up with things assuming the needs of the community. Now, I think one of the things that can contribute to the success of all these community networks and things is having all the community members, having all these women in tables, understanding their needs, engaging them throughout the process, seeing what is the real challenge, what specific skills do you want to learn and all that. So for that case, I think that will really help in creating even solutions, knowing areas of improvement, and we're going to have all these networks that are able to meet the needs of the women instead of just assuming that if we do this, then we're going to help this. But then in reality, it won't be the case. So I think that is my input for now.
Thank you so much, Millennium. So I'm going to take quickly one question if we have at the floor. Please. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to applaud the work that you guys are doing. I think it's sorely needed. Community networks in bringing more and more people on the rural side onto the internet. Just as a way of learning for myself. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kingori. I'm from Kenya. I run a business that provides professional engineering services, to ISPs, and to mobile network operators. What you guys are doing is fantastic, but I'd like to know more. To accelerate this, what you're doing is how do you solve for community networks that are in off-grid, poor grid, and remote areas? That's my first question. And the second one is, again, I've heard from Alphonse on the call and from Mishuki about the challenges with cost for these community networks. How do we engage original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, to provide access to more affordable terminals so that you can drive good work that you're doing further? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take a lot of questions. What is good is that Mr. Michuki and all the panelists are here with us, so you'll be able to engage with them after the session. I've also shared a document in the chat for those who are joining online, just in case you have a question or you want to engage later with our panelists. Please don't hesitate to put your questions there, and we will engage later. We also have a session tomorrow morning, tomorrow at 3:30 about technical operation with the Internet Society. So if you want to learn more about all these concepts, please tomorrow 3:30 p.m. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you all. Thank you, my panelists.
Meeting, I have to answer questions. I'm actually on the agenda. So where do the things? Yeah, we are rushing with the hotel. Yeah, let's get it on. You find me. I'll track you. Yes, I'll track you.
You have your things for it?
Pardon? Pen? Yeah.
Yes.
I had, but so I think we have to sign on the section. So we had 4 sections. No, by the section. Yeah. Okay, let's say 5 because 1 we did not sign. Yeah, the one. But yeah, our. So yeah. So country, you write Ethiopia? I don't know whether to write Ghana. But it's so easy.
Okay, so this is one section.
Yeah.
Did you sign also? No. Okay, so you have to. Yeah, I think so. Then shall we? Ojalá cerramos. What did you say?
I think she did.
Hey, David, the name in the room, I did not know. Wow. Four. Yeah. One.
Yeah.
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 Let me. Is there any other that I didn't sign? Okay. It's finished now.
Yeah.
1, 2. Oh, okay, 1. Really? Then I think I wrote my name somewhere. This is 1.
Yeah.
But you did not write here. This one, you write on it so that you know before. I'll give a location on it. Hello? I'm listening.
We have time.
1, 2. Oh, there's no. No. Yeah. There's no. It's just a little bit. So they were only 4, right? So 5. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 4. 2 is not. But the sign. 2 is cancer. So we have 4. No? 1. The one thing the Ethiopian one, they sign before they told them to another session. Yeah. Science Academy. Kadang sekarang masih bawa ikan.